Okay. I'm here. I hope everything's working, and I hope the audio isn't trash. So, hello, welcome. I am Mark the Wiz. Tim is not here at the moment. Looks like we're good on every platform. I hope. Okay, we're working on Retro Mansion game stuff today. Tim might pop in later. Maybe not. He's not here at the moment, but that's alright. I left the channel open for him if he wants to sneak in. Let's see. Alright, good. We have visual. Yeah, alright. So getting on today was quite a task. So, again, I hope the audio is okay, because earlier it wasn't, and I discovered that it was my video capture device that was causing the problem. Or appeared to be, at least. Getting audio feedback, a small echo compared to the normal audio. In the left side? Is it on my microphone or just the music? Here, let me mute. The music's muted now. Is there still an echo? I'm talking to see if you can find an echo. There's feedback in the microphone audio? Like it, let's see. A small echo compared to normal audio. In the left side? Only in the left side? How's it even possible? What even happened? So to be clear, it's not in the music, it's just in the microphone? Yeah, I'll put the music back. That's so weird. Oh my god, I don't even know what I did. I have no idea. I turned the mic off and back on again. Is it still weird? At least you don't have to repeat yourself. Okay, that was a good one. Fair enough. Is it still echo? Damn it. What the hell? Why would it be echoing? I don't... let me check here. Let me see. Okay, when I mute every channel, I do see some sort of audio coming in the XSplit. But I couldn't begin to fathom what the hell it could be. You'd think something's coming through on the microphone. Here, watch, I'll mute it. See, and now I turned it back on, like, there's some kind of audio signal coming through, I just don't know what the hell it is. I know you can't see, like, the bar, but just tell everyone to listen with the right side only. Well, that's the weird thing, the extra audio signal coming in looks like it's coming in on both channels, so I don't know what that's about. Hold on. I need to get a flashlight. Where's my phone? What happened to my phone? Did I not bring my phone? I didn't bring my phone. Alright, hold on. I'll be right back. Okay, let's see. I'm moving the microphone. I guess we're doing another technical difficulty stream. Jesus Christ. Very next asked, did you set up anything different since last time? Not exactly that I remember. I did, eliminate some stuff, like unplug some stuff to figure out, switch to mono. I did figure out, like, had to unplug some stuff to figure out, like, what was causing the issue to begin with. But, I don't think I actually, like, really changed the configuration, though. I think everything went back into the same spot. Not a joke? Well, the microphone is already mono. The whole audio, I guess, comes through the microphone's stereo microphone port on the computer. But I don't know if that will actually fix it. You said the right channel was okay? Let me just make sure that, like, the fades or the pans are okay here. So the audio, the music, here. So that's only left, right? Now it's only left. And now it's only right. That seems to be okay. I wonder what that echo is. Let's see. What's coming in on device 1 and 2? Where's my mouse? Here's my mouse. Okay. Is there still a problem? Hi, how am I? I am very perturbed right now because the audio is broke. Is there still some weird, like, thing coming in or what? Yeah, I still see. It looks like music is still coming into the feed somehow. I don't hear it. Mic is still an echo. Okay. Alright, nuclear option. Can I... Let's see. Where is the mono option? Device settings. Okay, system's default microphone. Microphone mono mix. Copy right to left. Alright. Tell me if this is better or not. And I'll turn the music off. It's fixed? Oh my god. Alright, fuck it. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I can't deal with this anymore today. Look, I already literally, not shitting, I already have a migraine from all this shit. I've taken medicine and I hope it kicks in soon, because I'm just fucking done right now. Welcome. Mono's the way to go. Yeah. Well, I hope it's not too weird, but fuck me. God damn it. It's gonna have a meltdown here. Alright, so in addition to that, my video capture device decided to shit the bed. So that was causing the staticky problems in the last couple streams. And the issue going on there was something screwed up with the video capture card. Well, I say card, but it's an external device. An AverMedia Live Gamer X something or other, which had served me very well for many, many years. And for whatever reason, it just decided to go on the fritz. So, okay, fine. So I narrowed it down to the audio was the audio coming from the HDMI was getting staticky and poppy and skipping whenever that thing was plugged in, and also it was attempting to source video from it. So what I mean by source video from it is like when it is plugged in and XSplit's like reading the video feed, it would start to get weird. So if it was plugged in and you weren't reading the video feed, it was fine. And if it was unplugged, then it was fine. So that thing's screwed, right? So then I turned it on today before I was supposed to go live at 8. And the static and the popping were like worse than they were before. And I'm like, I can't go live like this. This is unbearable to listen to. And so I'm trying to troubleshoot it, right? And then it literally fucking dies. It just stops working entirely. And I'm just like, oh god. As if I don't have enough fucking problems with the soundboard that just blew up in my face. That thing just died. So now this dies. I really honestly believe that they're not related. I think it's a coincidence. But it is a terrible, terrible coincidence, both emotionally and financially. So, yeah, what I have going on now is the XSplit here. XSplit is capturing the audio, or the video, and sending it through NDI, which is like a local network protocol. It's sending it through NDI to the stream computer. So it's almost like a remote desktop kind of thing. So it's like I can send the video feed from here through the network, the local network, onto the other computer, which then puts it in the frame and all the graphics and then sends it out. And it's not ideal, but it works-ish. You may see some frame hitching here and there, especially when Unity's doing something processor intensive. It will absolutely maul the frame rate on that connection to the other computer. And that was originally why I stopped streaming from the development computer. If it's compiling code, or it's making a build, or it's processing some kind of asset, and it's taking full CPU, it will just take the stream down. It'll tank it completely, because the CPU won't be able to keep up, and then everybody gets disconnected, and it doesn't always refresh, and so that's why I stopped doing that. Now, thankfully, in this scenario, because it's just passing it to the other computer, if there is an interruption in the frame rate, the audio will not be affected, and the stream itself won't disconnect, thank God. But it is still very annoying, and also you're double encoding at that point, I think, so you're gonna get more artifacting than you normally would, which is awful. And I had to turn everything down to 30 FPS, so I am not doing okay today. I am not okay. I am in distress right now. And Tim's not even here to keep me on the rails. Tim's off somewhere doing something. He might pop in later, he might not. That's alright though. He deserves a break. So, oh my god, alright. Gotta wake up, gotta focus. Gotta get something done today. Alright, what I want to do today, and I discussed this with Tim, and originally we weren't gonna do it because it was kind of a detour. And whatever we end up with might get thrown out. Or I'm pretty sure most of it's gonna get thrown out. But I think we need to test the concept. I mean, it's kind of what we've been doing already. This script here with the mouse kind of is going to get thrown out too, this pathwalker, because it's only a point. It's not really like completely applicable to the full, like having a hitbox and then using that hitbox to not get stuck inside shit. There is something missing from the moving platform system. And basically, the moving platform here, and I'll just demonstrate it, the moving platform will not pick up the passenger when it is moving. So here, if I just sit here, it won't pick me up. I'll just go right through it. But if I like jump into it, I land on it. It can pick me up if I jump into it. So why is that happening? Oh, and those ones are glitched. Essentially, when the mouse moves, I mean the mouse character here, Mouse Kid, is our little test buddy at the moment. When the mouse moves, it can detect and land on and attach to a moving platform. When the moving platform moves, it does not detect anything in its way, and it just moves, and it's pretty ignorant of what's going on around it. And that's why we get the issue. If during the frame the mouse moves and doesn't quite make it to the moving platform, and then the moving platform moves, it will not see the mouse, and then it will overlap the mouse, and in the next frame the mouse is like, oh, I'm overlapped, so I'm not going to interact with this thing because I don't know how to get myself situated, because, you know, it's already on top of me. I don't know what to do, so I'm just gonna ignore it, and that's why he falls through, because he just ignores it. And under normal circumstances, that would probably be the ideal thing to do, because if you get crushed against the wall or a ceiling or something, the mouse will just fall through the platform. It won't move up or whatever. And that's fine. That's okay. So essentially what we want to do here is try to make these moving platforms aware of what's going on. And let's see. Currently, I think we're doing kind of like a duct tape solution here. I think the platforms here are moving based on Unity's movement, like through a transform, and I don't think we want to do that. Yeah, local position is changing here, right? And then here, let me just close all these, get a simpler view. And then I think Sky Collider is the one responsible for detecting the motion. Yeah, right here, I think. Oh no, it's not. Okay, what's causing this then? Oh, you know what? Yeah, we're doing an update. It's checking all the registered colliders. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, that's fine, that's fair. So it checks all the registered colliders, and then it does a position update, and I'm assuming it just checks, yeah, if the last position is not equal to the new position, then it moves it, I guess, right? Yeah, it moves it. And then it tells it to refresh its data. Then it reports the move. And reporting the move basically goes through and says, hey, everybody that was attached to me, you need to move now. You gotta move, man. You gotta move forward. Or wherever I went. You gotta follow. And that's what this is here. And it goes through and it contacts all the passengers. I forget what does it, release surface? What does it check here? Tracked list. Tracked list is, oh, I Walker. Okay. That's fine for now. I think we'll probably have to redo this later. I don't know. A walker might be fine. Maybe a mover. I might rename this to iMover. But essentially, we have to just call out to everything that can be attached and say, hey, we moved. But we got to do this a little differently now. So when we do this not report move, but when we do this part here where we track the new movement, we have to change this to a microstep. So I'm thinking the proper way to do this is to have a specific mover or walker, so to speak, for the moving platforms. Because it's gonna have to go through the same microstep process, essentially, and I'll try to draw it here. Yeah, make it a little bigger, right? Let's see. Layer, new layer, shift N. Should change that to control N. Well, whatever. So, oh, that's not it. We got our moving platform right, and it's moving left. And then we've got the mouse here. I'm gonna draw the mouse in blue. So we got our little mouse, and he's got big old ears, and he's got a tail, and there you go. Okay. I'm gonna actually I need him to be flat here. And then we have his point here, right? The point. And so when this thing moves, it wants to move like this far, right? If it wants to move this far, it would definitely bump into it. Like it will move to like from here to here, and it's gonna bump in. So what we need to do is we need to tell the mouse, hey, you're in the way. You need to see, or potentially in the way, you need to check to see if you're going to collide with this thing. And what it does is it takes the same length that it needs to move, and it wants to shoot it, and I'll use yellow here. It wants to shoot it this way. So in other words, their paths kind of cross, right? And if it does find something, it's like, yo, you hit. You found it. Good job, all right? And so two things happen at that point. One, the collider moves up to the mouse, and then the mouse doesn't move, but what they do is it attaches itself to here. And then what needs to happen is that everything that was on here is going to have to be told to move if there was anything, and then everybody is up to this point. Then it needs to say, okay, I still gotta go a little bit ways here, so I'm gonna move again. And now that the mouse is attached to the moving platform, it is no longer required to search backwards to find it. It's just gonna move with it. So the system needs to basically figure out who's on board and who's not, who might be in the way, and then the ones that are already not on board the moving platform but might be in the way, they need to look to see if they're going to collide with it. If it does, platform can only move up to them, bring them on board, and try to repeat the process so that it can get to the final destination. And it will keep doing that, and it will pick up as many passengers as it needs to along the way. And so they kind of do sequentially. So there's like 3 things in a way. It'll pick one up, move, pick one up, move, pick one up, move to their final destination. And then again, every time it moves, if there are passengers, it does have to tell them to move with them that step. So hopefully that'll work. It's going to be a little bit of work to get set up, which is originally why I was intending to just skip this step. But number one, it frustrates me when I jump into Final Destination Scrub Edition. Oh, I hit the mic, sorry. Number one, it frustrates me when it feels like randomly I fall through platforms, and I know why it's happening. Of course, and I just explained it. If the moving platform moves, it will just like overlap on top of the character if it's close enough. If the character is moving, it will detect the moving platform and you know, attach to it. So it's kind of like both those processes happen per frame, and if I happen to see it, I attach to it. If it happens to overlap me, I fall through it. And essentially it's sort of random. You know, like, the human perception of that is random. Like, I know why it's doing it. It's systematically failing, but, you know, it feels random. And number one, so that's been bugging me. But number two, because we have already done this a few times where we're like, well, we're gonna make a smaller system and test, make sure the damn thing works before we get to the more complicated one. Because we've been doing that so many times, I kind of just, at this point, I feel like, might as well. It's fine. We'll take the extra little time to do this test first, make sure the concept works, and then, yeah, it might take a little longer to develop the entire system, but you know what? At least we'll know it works and it's right, and before we go on to the next step. And I had been feeling apprehensive to continue doing that because it's been taking so long, but I think it's the right call. It's that measure, yeah, cut twice, measure once, right? Yeah, no, it's measure once, cut twice. Like in carpentry, you want to make sure, you want to double check your measurements before you cut the wood, because you can't uncut the wood. You have to go get a new piece, and that costs money and that takes time to remeasure it and to recut it again. So measure it twice, double check your work, and then you'll never waste any wood, right? And that's kind of the same thing here. Like, we could go ahead and ignore it, but I don't know. I guess I'm just feeling more like measuring twice right now. So that's what we're gonna do. And we're trying not to think about the audio and video that have broken. Ugh, man. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, God, I gotta order a I'll try not to think about it, but it's real hard, man. It's real hard. I'm just mad now because now I got to order a new fucking video capture device, and I looked them up and they're actually not as expensive anymore as they used to be. So I think it's gonna be like between 80 and 100, but still, after, you know, dropping 400 on that soundboard, I'm hurting, man. That's $500 in repairs in like 1 month. I'm dying. It's killing me. And the only reason that any of this is even possible is because I have a whole bunch of generous people on the Patreon. And I am very, very grateful to you all, because without that, this shit would be mega broke right now. And then nothing would be getting fixed. So, that's very, very good. At least trying to get the zen in here and trying to calm down. At least that will cover it. And I'm very grateful for that. So, all of you out there who are patrons right now, goddamn thank you. Because this is real frustrating. So, alright, let's see. We need to track the walkers. Yeah, thanks to the generous donations from viewers like you. Yeah, it's the PBS thing, right? Yeah. PBS had some cool stuff on. I guess they target more like... PBS is weird, where they essentially, their programming targets the very young and the very old, I feel like. But there was never anything like in the middle. So it's like you watch Sesame Street and shit, and like when you're like when you're 5, that's dope, but then like, you know, later you're like, nah, Sesame Street sucks, and then you don't watch it, and then you don't watch anything on PBS because it's all like kid shows. And then when you're really old, you like might see a documentary or like a Bob Ross thing or something and be like, yeah, cool. You know, it just don't catch you in the middle. But yeah, PBS, that's right, yeah, that's an American thing. So like, if I don't know like Canada and other places, they must have something like it. It's a public access TV station, so it's basically government TV, but it's mostly like kid shows and shit. So I don't know. I don't know if like in Canada if you have that or not, or in other, you know, locations around the world. But I imagine most viewers here are from North America, just given the time that this is on, right? If you are watching from Europe, Godspeed, because it's like 3 in the morning or some shit like that. It's real late right now. I know, it's probably like, it's at least over midnight. So, you know, if you are hanging in there, then welcome. Let me know if you've got PBS too, or something. I'm sure there's something relatively similar. But anyway, so... But yeah, that was their tagline. It's, I guess they took donations and shit, so they're saying thanks to generous donations from viewers like you. So, I don't know. I, shamefully, have never given them any money, so unfortunately, that thanks was not for me. But I don't even have TV anymore. I haven't had TV, man, for how long now? At the very least since 2013. That's when I lost my job and we started developing the hamster drop. I said, fuck it, I'm just not gonna worry about it. My job's going away. And I knew there was a chance of it going away. It was a budget cut coming up. And they did it based on seniority, and I was the last one hired in that department. So I'm like, I'm preparing. I got all my shit together. I got the LLC formed. I got everything ready because I knew I just had a feeling I'm coming up on the chopping block. So, and sure enough, that's what happened. But I had everything in order, and then the nanosecond. Yeah, it was right after Christmas. Yeah, Merry Christmas. Get out. Because they did it at the beginning of the year, so January 1st was my first day I was not employed anymore. And so, yeah, Merry Christmas, get the fuck out. So that sucked. But then, you know, I kind of planned for it, and we started development in Hamster Drop like the nanosecond that was over. And I was like, okay, January 1st, let's go. I'm now, you know, I guess technically self-employed. I didn't make any money, but you know, that was the weird thing. I didn't actually pay myself. I mean, I had money saved up to live, right? But we didn't have enough money to pay myself and then pay everybody else, so I didn't bother. Which was strange, but that was all right. I prepared for it, so. But yeah, that's how that went. And then we made Hamster Drop. And that was really fun. And that was the point that I knew, like, I had to keep doing this, that I couldn't not do this game dev stuff. So, let's see. I'm trying to think now where I need to go. I need these pathwalkers to start organizing themselves. Man didn't miss a beat and kept that shit going like a Tony Hawk combo. Wait, why did I keep going? Is that a joke about me rambling? Or, oh, you mean like because it was just like the very next day? Yeah, December 30th or 31st. It's like, yep, I'm working my normal job, and the next day I'm like, nah, fuck it. Now we're self-employed, baby, let's go. Yeah, if that's what you mean. Yeah, no, I was preparing for it. I was itching to get out. You know, at that point, that I kind of figured it was inevitable. Everything was set up, like I was ready to go. I was just ready. Can I? Let's see, Eyewalkers. Wait, can we have fields now in here or no? Let's see. Public static list. I don't know. Int derp equals new. Can we do this now, or would? Oh shit, you can do that now? Oh, that works. You had a plan in place in spite of what was coming up. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, when I started hearing about, you know, budget cuts coming, and I knew they do it by seniority. I don't know if it was a union thing or what, but that was the typical way that they ended up laying people off. So yeah, I started making my moves as soon as that I started hearing whispers of that shit. So this here, actually adding, I can't believe this let me do this. I know that they added some functionality interfaces. I didn't know that they actually you could actually make a static value in here though. And the thing about this is that they never let you used to put, you know, like values in here. This is only really supposed to be like a shell that you can classify certain things under that can give them default like functionality. And then so static int get all walkers. Can we do this? You know, yeah, let me make sure this can actually like reference itself. And I'll make this private, read only. Yeah, so far so good, I guess. Outlist. I'm gonna say active walkers. Right? I guess you know what? It's just be all walkers. It's fine. It's all walkers. And then we should just be able to do... Oh, we should just lambda it, right? Outlist. Let's see, I gotta using my library. Copy from... That was functionality I made. Copy from all walkers. Okay, it's not complaining, so I guess we can do this. This is gonna save me a shit ton of time, actually. I'm actually super glad this works. So, let's see. There's two ways I could do this. I'm gonna do it this way. I'm going to just put in, like, can we do private here, or will it get mad at that? Let's see. Must declare a body because it's not marked abstract, extern, or partial. Really? Abstract. What? Okay. Private abstract? Now it doesn't like it. Because it cannot be private. Okay, it can't be private. Can we make it internal? We can. Okay, that might work. Basically, what I want here is register walker. Let's see, we don't have any other registers, right? Yeah. I want to... No, we'll just do it like this. I want to... No, you know what? I'm not gonna do that. No, I'm not gonna do that. I was gonna force this, every one of them, to force it to capitulate to having its own method, but I don't think that's the right way to do it. I think if we do an internal static void register walker, walker, does it like this? Okay, all right, that'll work, I guess. If walker is null, then return, you know, invalid walker. Otherwise, yeah, okay, this will work. I was originally going to make every thing that integrated this interface to like have to write this out, but I don't think that's the right move. I think we should just add it like this. So, wait, is there a triad? Try. What do we got? Add. What does exists? Wait, what does exists? Hold on, let's look that up. What is that? C# list exists. Alright, come here. Microsoft thing determines whether the list contains elements that match the conditions defined by the specified predicate. What in the hell does that mean? Predicate. The predicate delegate that defines good. Oh, okay. So maybe like you can do tests on it or something. Predicate represents the method that defines a set of criteria that determines whether a specified object meets the. Okay, you can create a custom test. So it's like an advanced search function. Yeah. Here, see? You can. I'm pretty sure this is what this is. Where X is you know, conditioned here, and then like I guess X is greater than this and it's like less than this. Yeah, so you can create like conditions and shit. We don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. Fine. Get range, get type, insert. Oh, that's gonna insert to a specific part. Insert range. I'm kind of looking, is there like a combined method for, like checking to see if it exists before we insert it, right? I thought there was a triad, but I guess not. Yeah, typically what I do, I was just thinking maybe there'd be a better way to do this. Typically what I do, I check for it contains, and check the walker, and then return, it's not an error, already contains this walker, but it's not an error. Makayam, hello. Welcome. Yeah, so we want to register it here, and then if it's not already added, we add it. And then we do an unregister, which is actually a lot easier. So if it's null, then we don't worry about it. Otherwise, we just do a remove. And because there's no reason to check to see if it contains it, because when it attempts to remove it, it will check to see if it contains it. In fact, it will actually return true or false, depending on whether or not it found it to remove it in the first place. So that always helps. Do we have... Yeah, we're in Unity scope, right? So let's do a little error message here. Or not error, but Unity logger, log warning, but only in the editor. Let's do name of my walker, and then name of register walker. Attempted to register an invalid name of iWalker. I don't know if we can extrapolate any more info out of this. I mean, number one, it's null, right? Yeah, it's null. So, like, what can you even extrapolate out of that? I wish you could, like, spit out, like, the stack or something. There's probably a way to do it. To, like, report the call stack. To find out where the hell this thing got reported from. But, don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Let's go Google. Yeah. Maybe the solution is not so difficult. C# get call stack to report error. Is there a way? Oh, it went away. Is there a way to get a call stack when nothing errors? Sure. Track me into oblivion. Well, this might not be exactly applicable, but how to print the correct call stack trace in .NET without any exception? Oh, I see. So normally you would get an exception, huh? No, go away. Have a look at System Diagnostics namespace. Lots of goodies in there. System Diagnostics stack trace T was this stack trace. This is really good to have a poke around into learn what's going on under the hood. I'd recommend that you have a look into logging solutions. So, blah blah. An alternative to stack traces is to use system environment stack trace, which returns a string representation of the stack trace. That's what I want. Another useful option is to use the caller and call stack debugging variables. Oh, in Visual Studio. Since this can be enabled at runtime without rebuilding the application. Okay, well, let's try this first. Let's try this. Okay. So here, environment stack trace. Okay, so it is just a string. Okay. All right, let's try it. Let's just throw her in, baby. I'll make a line break, and then environment. Oh, system. I'll make this a new line. System environment stack trace, and that's just a string, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, now that is interesting. And I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna put it here too. So unregister. Attempted to unregister an invalid iWalker. And then here, if the result was invalid, in other words, it attempted to find something, but it did not. I'm gonna rename this actually. Was removed. Was found and removed. How about that? As I said, we can write a comment here to explain this, but I think this is the better way to go about it. Okay. There we go. Yeah, so then we'll do this. It doesn't have to be an error, it can just be a warning. Warning's fine. Attempted to unregister an iWalker that was not registered in the first place. There. And then give a stack trace. So if this actually works, and we're gonna attempt to just like send it a null one just to see what happens. If this actually works, this will be interesting. Watching some of your streams inspired me to start developing on Unity. Well, that makes me feel real good. I appreciate that. Now I'm thinking of getting my first internship on a game dev studio. Should I? I want to say yes. I'm not going to say that every internship. Hold on, I'm running out of my cocoa butter, but my hands are dry and it's starting to hurt. So I gotta shake the damn thing and scrape every last ounce out of this. Okay. I can use that while we're answering the question. Not every internship is going to be a joyful experience, but at least all internships are experience. Not all of them will pay. So you have a few things to think about. One, whether or not you actually have the time to do one. You're basically working. It's basically job training. And so there's a couple things to watch out for. One, whether or not you have enough time to do it in your schedule and energy to go ahead and actually do that. The other thing is whether or not it is paid, a paid internship or not. A lot of them are not. And if you're not okay with that, then, you know, that's fine. I would be perturbed by that as well. And I think that, yeah, those will be the two things to look out for. If you're okay with all that, then sure. You know, at least you'll get firsthand, like, well, you should get firsthand, like, studio experience. But yeah, if that sounds interesting, I'd say try it. I mean, the worst thing that happens is it sucks and then you can just, like, not go. You know, it's fine. I use O'Keefe's working hands. I have to wash my hands like 20 times a day, and they're devoid of moisture, and they healed them right up. Yeah, that's my problem too. Like, I don't have to wash my hands 20 times a day, but I end up washing them a lot. I mean, I'm handling the animals, right? I've got the geese and the chickens and dogs and stuff, so I'm always handling the animals. Gotta always wash my hands for that, or like cooking or whatever. Every time I go to the bathroom, I drink a lot of water, so I end up going to the bathroom a lot. And yeah, they get dry. I think I have unusually dry skin. Like, it's just abnormally dry anyway. So I do end up with painful cracks in them. Oh, this is the I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce it or how it's supposed to be pronounced. The Queen Helene. I actually looking at it now, and I'm wondering if it's supposed to be Queen Healing, like healing, but it's spelled H-E-L-E-N-E. Healing, Queen Healing. That would make sense, right? But it's cocoa butter hand and body lotion. But this, the great thing about this is that of all the ones that I tried, it actually works, which is great. But it's not greasy. Like, I don't lose all my grip when I use it. So I've tried other ones. There's only been a few that have actually like really worked. But they were like so greasy that like I couldn't even grip anything. So I'd be kind of like afraid to drive or whatever with it on. But this is great. This stuff's really good. And so I've been swearing by that one. So Dr. I just read the name. My chat application, my chat reader here, it actually it gave you a very dark brown color, so I couldn't really read the name, but it's Dr. Okizeme. that is a great name. I love that, Dr. Okizeme. So for those of you who don't know, Okizeme is a FGC term. So like when you knock someone down in a fighting game and they're on the ground and you want to do some sort of advantageous action on the person who's knocked down because they're unable to move and they have limited ability to do stuff on wake up. Well, wake up is like when they're standing up. I'm trying not to use FGC lingo because this is not the fighting game stream, and I don't know if everybody here like is on the same level here of like FGC knowledge. So when you knock someone down in a fighting game, they can't move. So when they wake up, they can like block. When they stand back up, they can block, or they can try to counterattack, or maybe do a move that has invincibility on it or something like that. And so Okizeme is the well, not the theory. I guess it's not really a theory, but it's sort of it describes the interplay of the person attempting to take advantage of the knockdown when someone stands back up in that moment. So whether they want to attempt to attack them, or if they want to attempt to trick them into doing something, or they want to attempt like to mix them up, do something that's tricky, so that it can bypass some of their defenses, things like that. And so typically it's abbreviated to Oki, but that's why that name tickles me so much, because it's Dr. Okizeme. He's got a PhD in mix-ups. So that's funny. I like that. So yeah, anyway, so he says, I mean, I'm gonna get an internship this year anyway, because my school demands it for graduation. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, in that case, if it's something that you have to do, you might as well. If it really interests you, yeah, go for it. So might as well do it on something I kind of like. Yeah, exactly. Because it is coming from a university, you have a more likely chance for the internship to not suck. Because if they're working with the school kind of like, they kind of give a shit on like what the person actually does, or the corporation or whoever you go to. They give a shit what happens in that internship. So you're more likely to get a quality internship out of a school organized thing. More likely. It's not promising anything. But yeah, that would be pretty cool. Yeah, you might actually learn something on that one. I know, and this wasn't an internship thing, but my starting game dev position was in QA for Activision, and I learned a lot. Not always good things. I will never work for Activision again, of my own choosing. We'll put it that way. It wasn't, I was not impressed with the experience. We'll put it that way. But yeah, I started in QA. So I started to the dirt bottom. But it was interesting. I did learn a lot about the process, and I did learn a lot about like how big teams manage their stuff, and how the sort of development process works from there. So at least that was valuable. But yeah, I'll never be doing that again. I'm gonna move these away from each other. I'm gonna put these in a region too. I'll call it tracking. So we want to track everything that thinks it can move in the system. Anything that's a walker. And yeah. Again, I might rename these to movers eventually, but for now, it's okay. Yeah, so let's intentionally trigger one of these errors and see if we can get that stack trace. I'm very curious to see how that works. Okay, get all walkers, all walkers. So typically we would want to register these wherever they're implemented. So this path walker would, you know, in, I don't know, a wake or whatever. Do we have a wake? Probably don't even have that. We've got move. No, I guess not. Oh, we're only halfway down. Okay. Control F. Awake. No. On enable. No. Okay. That's fine. Typically what we want to do is override awake. We are using plus, right? Yeah. Okay, so we do have to override that. That's my own little base class that I made. So it does special stuff in Awake. So I have to pull the base first. And then what we would do, iWalker, I'm assuming it would just work through here. Yeah, I'm just spitballing right now. I forgot that this functionality was in here. They never let you do this with interfaces before. So normally you would just do this. You just register this, and then on destroy, then you would, oh wait, I think I have to override that one too, right? Yeah. And then I Walker unregister this, and that should take care of it. I mean, we may want to do these in enable and disable. I guess if it's disabled, then you're not moving. You know, anyway, so I don't know. But what we're gonna do first is we're gonna send null because it's gonna cause an error. So I want to see what happens. We're gonna intentionally mess with it, see what it does or doesn't like. Then we're gonna attempt to add it when it's already been added, and we'll attempt to remove it when it has not been added, and we'll see what happens. So the very first thing, it should do this on awake. It should cause a warning here. Here, iWalker. Oh, look at that. Oh, it does give you a nice little stack rate. Okay, let's copy that. And we'll take a look in Programmer's Notepad. Programmer's Notepad's really good. You could use it to actually develop software with, but I would not exactly recommend it. It is featured, but it ain't that featured. I don't think it has IntelliSense or anything, but it is handy because you can zoom in and see some special characters sometimes, and just a nice handy super notepad. Okay, attempted to register an invalid iWalker, and then at system invert stack trace. Okay, yeah, it's trying to get the stack trace. Yeah, register from here. Pathwalker. Okay, and this is the important information. Now we know what script it came from. Pathwalker.awake. Oh, it even tells you where it is, like its file name. That's cool. Oh, excuse me. Dinner's attacking. It's not bad. Not bad like last time. I'm okay. I'm not sick. I made soup. I just kind of winged it. I made a Asian style seafood soup. I don't know how else to describe it other than that. I wouldn't say that it was like a proper ramen soup or anything. I just threw shit together that tasted good, and it came out and it was pretty good. So here, then it goes to the logger. Wait, hold on. Let me zoom out to kind of like get a read on everything here. Yeah, let's take line wrap off. So it does that one. Okay, so it says here's the register. Then it goes to awake here, and then it's log warning. Okay, and then this is Unity's. Wait, does it already tell me that? Leftover soup? No, it wasn't leftover soup. Well, kind of. Some of it was leftover. I only had a little bit of seaweed left, some nori sheets. That's the stuff that they wrap sushi in, the seaweed wrap. I had some of that, so I threw that in and let that brew for a while. I had chicken stock, so I threw that in. What else did I put in? I put in a little bit of garlic. I put in some soy sauce. I put in a little bit of red pepper flakes, make it a little spicy. I had saved, you know, when you open up a can of tuna fish, especially if you get it in water, in oil, I don't know if you'd want to do this, but if you get tuna fish in water, you can drain the water. I saved the water because it's got kind of like that fishy ocean flavor. So I had some of that, and I put that into it. And then, what else did I put in? I had some shiitake mushrooms, dried sliced, so I threw those in. I said garlic already, right? Yeah, I had a little bit of garlic. Oh, ginger. I put in ginger. I think that was the majority of it. I put in a little bit of sesame oil, and I think that was pretty much it. And then I had like a mixed seafood packet thing. I don't know if we got it from Walmart or wherever it was. It had like squid and imitation crab meat and I don't know, maybe bits of clam. Just, you know, random assortment of whatever. I don't think I put onion in. Yeah, I think that was pretty much it. It was just a mixture of that. And then I threw in the mix, the seafood mix, and that was raw, so that had to cook. And that was kind of it. And I just made some noodles and I cut up a spring onion or green onion, whatever you want to call it, and I put that on at the end. But I think that was pretty much it. Was what I put in there. It was pretty good though. And you gotta be careful not to put in like too much soy sauce or stock because that's salty. You can always like thin it out with water, but they gotta make sure everything else is in balance. But it was alright. It was alright. So it's almost like a poor man's ramen. But I do not have any more nori. That was part of the reason that I made it, because I only had 2 sheets left, and I had to buy more anyway, so that was good. It was alright. I still got some left. I'll probably eat some after stream. But it made 3 bowls worth. Big bowls, like, yeah. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not the freshest ingredients that I had on hand, so you know it's probably not as good as you're thinking it is, but it's not too bad. It's not too bad. So yeah, we did get. So what did Unity stack trace that already for me? Let me turn that off here for a minute. I thought Unity wouldn't stack trace it all the time. I'm just gonna erase this. And I wanna, oh, that's XSplit. I want to try that again. So clear. Because Unity doesn't always stack trace for you. And I don't know what the criteria is. Yeah, here, see? Oh wait, no, it does have everything. It just doesn't have like the object name, because it wouldn't be able to know how to do that, would it? Well, Unity does stack trace for you. It doesn't tell you what object it came from. So like walking, register walker, but it does tell you the path walker was it. Well, I suppose that's good enough for me. I guess I'll remove them then. I thought I was being clever, but I guess not. Not so clever after all. It was worth a shot though. And then this. I know in some places that I think the stack trace is unavailable though. Maybe like out of thread. Maybe when you're out of thread and Unity's like has a fucking fit and it doesn't like being there, that it doesn't give you stack. But that's okay. Well, we learned something, so that's alright. So unregister. I think if you send null to a list, I don't know if it'll... If you send null to a dictionary, it'll have a fit. But I think if you send null to a list, it actually won't get too upset. However, I still think that it is worth checking for. Excuse me. Number one, because a null check's not that expensive. And number two, because it would be nice to know when something is attempting to send something invalid. So, and then remove it. And then if it was not found, cool. So let's do that test next. I'm going to actually send it this. Actually, no, I'm not going to send it anything. We won't register anything, but we will attempt to unregister. Oh, there's my diagram. Close that. I like this song. Okay, so we're doing stuff, and then I think if we turn the game off, here, yeah, attempted to unregister an iWalker that was not registered in the first place. Dummy? Yeah, and there's my stack. Okay, stack trace is good. Okay, we're alright then. Okay, that works. I'm satisfied with that. Now, oh, yeah, and let's actually register. Like mention when something gets registered. So log editor. It's not a warning. Registered. And I Walker. Unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna get much more information than that because I think we're kind of tapped out on that. So, wait, hold on, can we? Yeah, no explanation point needed there. Hold on a second, can we do this? Can we do Walker as Unity engine dot object? Holy shit, it'll actually let me do that. Cool. I hope that actually works. Register, unregistered, and I Walker. I really hope it lets me do that. When you do as, it'll attempt to cast it to that object type, if it's even possible, right? If it doesn't, it'll send null, and I think Unity's logging will take care of null. It just won't do anything with it. But if it is something, it should be able to extrapolate the name and tell you where it came from. And that would be really cool. Let's see. Let me take those two out. Oh, I didn't get any error? Or no warnings? Oh, that's right. It's not a warning. It's a normal message this time. So we gotta hunt here for a minute. I Walker. Oh, look at that! And it actually pointed to it. Okay, cool. All right, we're learning stuff. We're learning stuff. I will absolutely employ this like everywhere now. So here, if it's null, you're not gonna, even if you cast it to a Unity object, it's gonna be null. It's fine. So if it was found and removed, then we report that. Or what if it was not? Yeah. Oh, and return. We don't, because we don't want it to then just tell us we actually unregistered it. We want to say that it was not found. Then if it was successful, an unregistered and I Walker. Yeah. We can attempt to get the name from it. So this is pretty wasteful. I think this will be okay. And then question mark. So this is like if it, here, I'll put it on its own line, make this less confusing. If this actually converted properly, so we're checking to see if it's null. If this as returns null, it means it wasn't able to convert it. So then we say not, so if this was not null, that means we can access it. So then we do the conversion again. This is where it's a little wasteful. And then we get the name of that object. And otherwise we get unknown, because we don't know what the hell it is. And how come it doesn't work? We gotta do this? There we go. Okay, now it's happy. This is just like an inline if. I really just didn't want to have to extrapolate this into a variable and do all that work. This technically does a little more work, but it's an error message. I kind of don't give a shit. What is Unity Logger good for? This is my own logging system. So Unity Logger was created as a way to make a more enhanced and easier to use logging for Unity stuff. I can split messages up into headers and bodies. And it works basically the same way as Unity's logger, but it gives me more attributes. I can use color coding. I can create logging objects in Unity, like logging assets that can have preset colors and stuff to pump out in the editor, and you can see that here. So scene manager logger is set to purple. Mono behavior plus messages are set to cyan. My personal physics manager, that's for our platforming, that's set to green. And this is just a way to like see things easier. Here, when an error occurred here for whatever it was. Oh, this is a mono behavior plus thing that I made. It turns it red so I can see it, and it's just an easier way to automatically manage that. So here, do not destroy, unload accessor. It's got its own color. So I made that system to handle that kind of stuff. So here, in this controller, oh, I guess that formatting didn't come out, okay. So here, the shared logger, that's what this is. And that interfaces with the system. So here, I can silence the messages if I want, if I don't want to hear from it anymore. So I can employ this and put this on like different mono behaviors. I can just put in my own scripts. I can just put them in there. And I'm like, oh man, you know, there's 100 messages coming from all these platforming objects. I don't want to hear from it. Boom, silence, bye-bye. And now I don't have to go in and change any code or anything. It just knows just not to report it. So much love is being put into this, I can dig it. Hey DTC, what's up? I appreciate that. And the other benefit here, I have log editor. I have log and log editor. I got different variants of each one, but there's the log editor has a conditional statement, and it just resolves back to Unity editor. If we're not in the editor, these do not run. They actually don't even compile. It knows enough to remove the code for all these calls when it's not an editor. So then I've got just a standard log here for all builds, does not have that conditional. Now I don't have to go through, because before what I would have to do is make like a segment to like say, oh, if Unity editor, editor, and I'd have to do end if, like every time that I wanted to make sure something didn't log, unless I was in the editor, I had to do that. But using that conditional statement makes it automatic. Now, this will compile into the build, but it knows enough to go through and take this reference and erase it from here. It will not, it will erase all the calls to that method, even though it compiles. So it's super, super handy. It's a very nice shorthand. And then I could just, you know, do my own thing with splitting the headers and the footers, and or the header and the body, and it makes it all really nice. So, you know, it was good. It was worth investing in doing that, I think. I really do. So go ahead, you can steal that one. That one's a freebie. Let me add this down to here. You know what? I'll make these null instead of unknown. There we go. And if it's null, if it's actually null, then it doesn't matter. There's no way that we can extrapolate anything from it. And we do want to do that here as well. Did I give it a space here? I did not. I should give it a space. And it has a space there. Okay. Oh yeah, DTC, you missed all the rage out because my video capture card like just died today as I was trying to fix the audio. So it was corrupting the audio. And in trying to fix the audio, it just like literally shit the bed right on me as I was trying to get ready to go on air. And then now I've got to replace that too. Now that the soundboard just died a couple weeks ago. And now I got to replace the video card. Or not video card, but the video capture device. So I set up 2 XSplits. One XSplit is on the computer here, and it is sending the video to the other XSplit running on the other computer. And it's a horrible setup, but it works. Oh yeah, and then I went live and there was an echo. And the only way to solve the echo was to... It was only in the left audio channel. I don't know. I have no fucking clue. So the solution was we just made it mono from the right audio channel, and I guess that's fine. I don't know. I'm about to have a meltdown over here, but everything's good. we're zen. We're in our comfort zone. We're good. We're having fun. Trying not to freak out. But I am definitely definitely on the edge of my seat here. So let's see, if it's null, we don't give a shit. We do log if it has been registered. An unknown turns to null. Oh yeah, and line break that. And I think that should be good. So we should see. I could actually add a grouped logger for this too. Maybe we'll do that later. I'll go back to here. And if we play it, we should see... Oh, yeah, it keeps... I got it set to maximize. We should see... They won't be warnings, but we should see here... Here, what's this now? iWalker. I have no idea. It just says iWalker? What the hell does that mean? What did it trigger? It's an... Oh, we got an error. What's the error? What's this? Tile map palette? Serialized property. Maybe serialized property tile map. Oh, this is a Unity. This is a Unity error. I've been seeing these recently, and maybe there's just a bug in the editor for 2022, but yeah, this is not my code. That's Unity's code. So we got an iWalker message, and it points to here, but like, what is it? Where does it come from? Oh, right here. But it bailed out? It didn't actually build the string properly. It just says iWalker, and then the rest is blank? How did that happen? Is it because of this? Here, I'm just gonna erase this and see if that fixes it. That'd be wild if that didn't work. Pause. Excuse me. It still doesn't do that? That's weird. Why? What's up? Why are you doing that? It obviously resolving the object because it highlights here. See, if I click here and then keep your eye up here and I click this, boom, and it points to it. But it doesn't actually give me a message here. It just says iWalker, which is, you know, that's the header here. But it doesn't give me any of this. Why? That's so bizarre. Okay, let's try to eliminate that last bit, see what happens. Because when you double click it, it takes you to that line. Like, that's how you know where it came from. But why wouldn't it show the rest of it? Okay. Got, yeah, right here. Still doesn't show anything. Does it show it after? No, it doesn't. Log object. Wait. I don't know. You know what? Let's copy it. Programmer's Notepad, save us. I was gonna say maybe it was like just pushed off screen or something, but no, it's not there at all. What in the hell? Oh, just... Alright. What's in here? Final message is the header and the message put together. Oh! Well, that would be why. It was not taking the final message. Just taking the header. Interesting. Well, now I'm paranoid. Did that happen at all in any of these other ones? Final message, final message. Final message, final, final. Final, final, final. Final, final, final. Final, final, final. Final, final, final. Okay, I guess I just goofed on that one instance. Alright, well, that explains that. Can we undo on this one? Yeah, let's put all that back in. Okay. Let's try again! Oh, DTC, Tim's not here today. Just FYI. He might pop in later, but I don't know. I have a feeling he was just feeling tired. And that's fine, he deserves the rest. There we go! Hey, how about that? Registered walker. Registered. An eye walker. Point platformer. Oh, look at that. Perfect. 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 So, I think I want to encapsulate this. So what is Unity Object? It's an actual class. I want to make a method that will just do this for me. Extension method? Yeah, but you can't. That's what I wanted to do, but you cannot make a static extension method. That's the problem. You can still add it, even though it's a sealed class. Or wait, is it? Yeah, it should be fine. You can still add one to it. Like here, if I just went down here and I was just like, public static class Unity object extension, and then you do public static void, let's say, I don't know, derp, and then this Unity engine.object and obj. This will actually add it. So here, if I were to do this and say var derpy equals this, then I could do derpy dot derp. There you go. And that's essentially an extension method. You can add one to here. But what you can't do this. You cannot add a static extension, which blows my mind. I don't know why that's not possible. Like, I understand how this works, and it's just fluff that makes it easier. It's not really adding to the class. It's just giving you something that looks like it does. But for the life of me, I don't understand why you can't do a static addition. You would do it with an interface. Yeah, but then you'd have to modify the class, which you can't because it's closed source, and yeah. Yeah, exactly. If you have the source and you can't do that. So, what I want to do, I want to just make a static. I want to make a static one that just like gets the name. it'll check if it's an actual Unity object. It'll basically just do exactly this. It'll check if it's an actual Unity object, and if it is, cool, it'll get the name, and if it doesn't, it'll return null or not Unity object or something. But because I can't extend it statically, I'm trying to think of how do I want to add that. So in my private library, I have all this stuff, a whole bunch of shit. I do have, what could I put it under? I have Model Behavior Plus, but it's not really a Model Behavior thing. It's also not a Game Object Plus. Can make Object Plus or Unity Object Utilities. Let's try that. Unity Object. Oh. I get lost in it sometimes. Here we go. Unity Object Utility. I guess that'll work. It's not exactly what I want here, but it's alright. And I've got a bunch of stuff to set up in there, so I'm going to reference my Game Object Plus. Where is it? Here. And I'm just gonna copy this here. Oh, jeez, man, I had a lot of shit in there, didn't I? And we're just gonna empty this out. But mainly what I wanted, I just wanted the name and all that set up. So I didn't have to worry about writing all this shit. Okay. Utility to help with Unity game. No, it cannot game objects. Unity objects. There we go. And then public static void get object name. And object. The object. Yeah, get Unity object name. There we go. So then var obj as Unity obj equals the object as Unity engine dot object, and then if not obj as Unity object, then return null, I guess. Oh, this needs to be return a string. You can know as developer over 1 Mio commands, but not how to name something properly. 1 million commands, you mean? Yeah, 1 mil. I think you probably type up. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I'd like to, like you said, add an extension. I would love to add an extension to it, but then like I'm trying to figure out a name for this, and I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, million. Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to figure out names for this shit. Sometimes I sit here for like 5 minutes trying to figure out how should I name this, because I know if I name it, null is probably misleading. You're right. Not Unity engine dot. Should we do it as an insert? How about that? Does that make sense? Oh, wait. Yeah, what's wrong with that? How come I don't like it? Oh, missing parenthesis. I don't know if it will just give me object, though. Does name... Can you specify to give the full name from name of? Or does it just give you the last one? I think it'll just give me object. I want the whole thing, right? So I could just do this. I hate to do it this way, but it feels like it's at least proper. Is there... You know what you could do? You know what you could do? I know I'm way over engineering this, but shut up, it's my show, I'll do what I want. Get name, dot name. Here, full name, here we go. So if you take the type of, then you can access the type information and get the full name, and it'll give you everything. It'll give you the whole string. So, and we'll, you know what, we'll be fancy, we'll put little quotes around it. How about that? How about that? Then otherwise, we return object as Unity object name. Bada bing, bada boom, let's go. You know what? This actually is technically not true. That's actually technically not true. Here. This is true. If it is null, that means this conversion didn't work. Then it's not a Unity object. However, if the conversion worked, but you do this operation on the Unity object, Unity checks to see if it exists on Unity's engine side. It can be not null, but still fail this check. That's why Unity encourages you to check objects using this and not a null check. Because it could be disposed of in Unity's engine, but the C# script may not be null for this. So this does both a null check, but it also checks on Unity's engine side to say, hey, is this thing still proper? Can I use this? And if not, then it returns false, and hence the exclamation point. Which means that it's invalid. It's not null, and it's invalid. But if we get null here from this conversion, that means the conversion failed, or it was actually just null to begin with. So I think this would be the proper way to do it. So this is not, it's not a Unity object. And then this one is, it is a Unity object, it just happens to be invalid. And then otherwise, then it returns the name. I think that'd be the best way to do it. Just for the fanciness, to be used one single time in 10 gigabytes of code. Yes, exactly. We will absolutely over-engineer the shit out of this. But now I'm happy, right? So that's part of it. It's personal satisfaction, right? Let's see. I guess I don't need any of these directives, do I? Yeah, I guess I'll leave logging just in case I need to log something, but I don't think we need anything else. Because I'm specifying specifically. Well, okay, just for my own personal satisfaction, I'll keep Unity Engine. The reason that I specify here is because if you do using system, that adds lowercase object. And then now you do need to specify this. Because it will say it's ambiguous. See? It's ambiguous between object and object, so it's my own personal bit. Man, I don't like the name of this. The object. Object to get name from. How about that? Object as Unity object. Conversion failed. Not valid. There we go. Just don't import system. I love importing system. I love system. Then when I need to serialize something, I don't need to do system. Oh wait, hold on. I don't need to do system.serializable. I could just do serializable. I don't have to write it. It bugs me every time I have to write system serializable. Shut up. Look, I'm just the way I am, alright? Alright, so we did all that work just so I didn't have to write an extra line of code. I could just go into here, and what I would do is, yeah, I would do this dot. Oh, it doesn't like it? Oh, you know why? Because it's, I need this namespace. Dot get unity object. There we go, and then it eliminates that code. How about that? We saved a little bit of code. Completely over-engineered, but that's all right. There we go. Cool. At least it looks a little cleaner, right? You make a lot static. Are you sure about making the registering static? Yes. Yes. I mean, the alternative is to force the interface to implement these, but I don't want to write this every time. I just want to have a static list of all the walkers. Yeah, I know. Prior to C# version 6, I think, or 7, interfaces could not store state. They were not allowed to, but they actually changed that rule. So now that we're on C# 8 in Unity 2022, well, I think 2021 also was on 8, but C# 8 does allow you to have state inside the interface. I know it's not proper, but at least right now, it seems like the easiest way to organize this stuff. But this interface is eventually going to go away anyway. This is more like a proof of concept, so I may reorder these at some point. May change these and redo some of the systems. But right now we have volumetric collision on like 4s and stuff. Interface is anyway stupid in Unity as it can't be serialized. I know, I hate it too, but it was the quickest way to get movement scripts under one banner. So it's really a proof of concept kind of thing. We may not need the interface eventually. The movement script may be generalized enough that it can hold everything. But right now, our characters are a single point in space. They don't have volume. We're eventually going to give them volume, but we're just getting the single point to move around on objects. And then objects themselves have volume, like the fours and the ceilings and stuff. And I'll show you if it'll compile. I don't know if it's broken right now. Yeah, I know. I'm not the biggest fan of interfaces, to be honest, but in this case it actually made sense to use it because we have multiple walker types. But here, so the character's just a point. You'll notice like they look like they go into the ceiling when you jump. But they're doing their stuff. And then what we're trying to do, so if I run into a moving platform, I will get caught on it, most of the time at least. But if a moving platform runs into me, it will not catch me, and you'll see this thing's gonna hit me, but I'm just gonna phase right through it. So when a moving character walks, it looks for moving platforms, but a moving platform does not yet look for moving characters. Even Uncle Bob said that interfaces are terrible. Are you talking about Bob Tabor? Or Tabor? I forget how you pronounce it. You talking about good old Bob? We know about Bob here. That's funny. He thinks interfaces are garbage. Yeah, I mean, I came from C++, so I'm used to multiple inheritance, and interfaces are kind of like the not multiple inheritance. And sometimes I use interfaces to simulate multiple inheritance, but they are very limited and very frustrating. So you can actually add, by the way, you can actually add some functionality here with extension methods. I think you can extend an interface. I could technically have used that to extend this, but either way, whatever. Let's see. So we're not talking about the same Uncle Bob? I don't know. I don't know who your Uncle Bob is. So yeah, anyway, so that's what we're working towards. We've now registered, he said it, why did C# copy from Java? Java has no multiple inheritance, I don't know. Yeah, I love multiple inheritance. Can you send links? I think Twitch might eat them. We do have a Discord if you want to send it there. Yeah. Here's the Discord link. I think Twitch will eat them though. Either Twitch or YouTube eats them. I stream on multiple at once, so I can't remember what eats what links. Anyway, yeah, I would prefer multiple inheritance way over interfaces. I really don't like interfaces. I use them as a last resort. Like I said, I come from the C++ world, and as soon as I got into C#, I was like, oh my god, you can't do multiple inheritance. Like, what the fuck? That's very, very frustrating. Uncle Bob? Is that Bob Tabard? I don't know. Let me see. Copy. Damn tablet keeps going dark on me. Get out of there. Oh, Robert Martin. Yeah, I don't know who this is. I guess he sounds like a big shot though. Oh, it's a whole lecture. Oh, he's talking about the solid principles. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who this guy is. Looks like a big deal though. Not the guy I was thinking of. Appreciate it though. Maybe I'll check this out later. Well, we salute you, Bob. Yeah, it's not the guy I was thinking of. He explains the only reason why object-oriented programming is useful. Because of multiple inheritance? I kind of believe that. That's funny. That's not the standard solid principles. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll watch that. At least I gotta have it on in the background when I'm doing work throughout the week. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, also, welcome to the Discord. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like the whole interface kind of stuff. Use the C++ for explanation. Yeah. Part of me really likes, I don't know. I like C# in some ways, because some of the stuff you don't have to worry about. Like, you don't have to worry about like deleting shit. But at the same time, then you also have to manage the garbage collection getting out of control, and that is a huge pain in the ass. Yeah, I still oh no, okay, Ponton says he still prefers C#. I've been spending more time with C++ lately. C# will use default methods in the future, like Java added. I only use Java very briefly. What's a default method? With that, you can do multiple inheritance? Oh, okay. Hey, yeah, if it gives me multiple inheritance, then I'll figure it out. That sounds good to me. Yeah, I guess at that point, I don't give a shit what it is. If it gives me multiple inheritance, I'll give you the thumbs up. Default methods are methods defined in interface, which are non-static. Wait, can't you already do that? maybe not in C# 8, but didn't they already add that in like 11 or something? Let's see. Public void derpy. Well, yeah, there we go. We can add it already, right? In Java, yes, not in C#. I don't think. I don't know. It's not complaining about it. It's not static. Yeah, so we're running on C# 8 currently. So I guess C# 8 added it already. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see, can we add, wait, hold on, can we public int derp equals 0? Can we do that? Yeah, look at, we can have, oh shit, no, I don't like it. Interface cannot contain this field. Fuck! I didn't see the red squiggly at first. I thought we could have members. I guess not. That's alright. That's alright. Well, I guess if we have a static one, it's okay, right? Yeah, so, I don't know. So we could do derp equals 10, right? Yeah. Okay, so you can have static, but you can't have instance properties. Okay, that's fine. You can define properties? Can you actually do it auto property? No way. Are you fucking kidding me? Because it's a method, right? Because it's not... Wait, no, it's still static. Hold on. What if it's not static? No, I don't like it. No. I don't like it. You can't set a value? But you can, okay. Oh my god! Are you fucking kidding me? For real? Wait, so without a property, is it okay? No. Okay, I guess it's because it's a method, right? Wait, that's so fucked up. Why? Why does it, what? Why would it do that? Why would it allow this, but... Okay, you know what? That's fine. That's fucking crazy, though. Well, I guess, yeah, you basically get multiple inheritance with this. That is funny. If you inherit, you need to specify gets and sets. Okay. Alright, well, it's like Bizarro World code, but it works. I can't believe that. That's great. Alright, I'll start using this hack job. Yeah, you need an iBob with iBob Chirpy. Yeah. That's crazy. I knew this was available now, but I did not know the current C# version that worked with Unity was capable of this yet. But I've heard that it was a thing that was in one of the newer versions. But I did not know that you could put a property in here. That's wild because it's not static. That's wild. I love it. I love it. Still, interfaces are terrible. Yeah, agreed. This feels like duct tape programming right now. God, I hope they never remove this. If I start using it and they like renege on that feature, I'm gonna be so mad. Same with encapsulation. C encapsulation with header files was perfect encapsulation. What do you mean by that? What does that mean, encapsulation? I've never used C. I've only used C++. So very little bit of Java and PHP. And then C# when I started Unity. Public, private, protected. Oh. And so forth are terrible. Wait, why are those terrible? What's wrong with that? C solved that without that. With header files. Wait, so are you saying that you can, with a header file, let's say use C++, I don't know C, but I do know C++, you can just not specify a value in the class, but you could put it in the definition? But the header wouldn't have like, I don't know, integer derp, but the class could define integer derp, and that would make it C is not object oriented. I don't know C. I don't know C. It has no classes. That's right. Yeah, I don't know the specifications, but I've heard that, yeah, normal C doesn't have classes. Remember, it has struct functional programming. Yeah, I don't deal with that shit. I don't deal with that shit. When I hit programming classes, they were just teaching C++. Nobody even talked about C. They briefly mentioned it. There was like, yeah, we used to use C, and C was okay, but C++ is way better. Okay, anyway, on to C++. Like, oh, okay. To watch Uncle Bob, very interesting, and he's really good. Yeah, I'm gonna have to then. Hey, who's that? Oh, hey, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate that. Man, I got a lot to think about with knowing that these two things work now. We can do some cool stuff. Talks about all that stuff you mentioned. Yeah, in general, I like C# for how easy mode it is. Some of its stuff is just easier to work with. It's faster. It's faster to develop things and to test things out. But I do miss the performance and the higher level of control that C++ had. I do not miss memory leaks though. not fond of that. But I also hate dealing with garbage. So, I don't know, it's a trade-off, right? Yeah, I hate... Yeah, C++ basically takes the training wheels off. So if you do something stupid, it just lets you do something stupid, and you may not even know what's happening. C# performance is the same as C++, it's just the problem of what you make out of it. Well, no, that's not true. C# is at least partially interpretive. It is slower than C++. You get way higher performance out of C++, assuming you're programming it right. I mean, in Unity you can kind of bake it to C++, but Unity doesn't execute C# code. I mean, I know you can translate the LI into CPP, C++. There's an option for that in Unity, but that's not what's on by default. I know it improves performance a little bit, not like substantially. But still, LI, or IL, is it? Yeah, it's IL. That's interpretive language. So it's not... I mean, maybe the C# compiles down to IL, but IL is still interpretive, right? It's not actually built for the platform. It has to be interpreted. Yeah, it compiles C# to IL, and it will run the IL, but you can LI to CPP every time. Yeah, I do that. I do the LI to CPP. I've noticed, I don't know. I would say that the performance boost going from LI to CPP is maybe 5%, give or take, depending on what you're doing and what you got going on. And it's different on different platforms. I notice on Android it actually gives more of a boost. All Linux versions of Unity use LI to CPP. Oh, okay. A lot of times, until 2022, now I just keep it on, but before, I might not even have it on here, because it would take forever to compile if you had it on. I don't know if I have it on in this one. This one's kind of a test one here, so mono framework. Oh, where is that option now? It's somewhere here. It's a checkbox, right? Incremental. Optimize. It's somewhere here. I don't see it. You know what? LI or IL. IL, not LI, IL. Build, compatibility. Where is it? Wait, what? Where is it? Oh, here it is, but it's great. Wait, why is it grayed out? Why is it, wait, why is it grayed out? Unity does not run on Linux without that, but it's a COM-bar from open source versus closed source. COM-bar. Unreal's code is much more polished up. Unity spams features permanently and can't keep track. Yeah, I feel that, right? I don't know why this is not enabled though. Oh, I guess I gotta do it here, scripting backend. Never mind. I'm dumb. There it is. I found it. Combat? Oh, combat. Yeah. Yeah, never mind. It's right here. I used to keep it off until I would make a release build because it, or I'm sorry, I would keep it off until I made a build that I was going to send to the public because it would take forever to compile. It would take like 8 times longer to compile like an actual build, not in editor. I don't think it affected editor performance. When you actually built a build, it would take forever. But 2022 introduced the incremental build, and it also works for release builds. So it substantially increased the speed in which you could build stuff, even when IL to CPP was on. And so I had it on all the time now. In this project, doesn't matter, it's just a test project, but if I actually need the performance, you know, like in a real build that I'm sending out, I would absolutely have this on. And now I just leave it on all the time because it cut down, unless you do like a clean build, like here, there's build, but you can do clean build, that'll start it from scratch. But otherwise, I guess it caches part of it, whatever doesn't change. And builds are so quick now. They're so quick. I'm so glad they added that. I think it's only available in 2022 though. So make of that what you will. If you're brave enough to jump on 2022, then there you go, you can have that. The ease of developing with C# versus learning C++ would always choose C#. I kind of feel that. I really do. As long as you can wrap your head around trying to remain garbage collectionless for, you know, per frame update, it's fine. 2021 is a horrible version. It has also bugs. Yeah, I went to 2021 and I was not too happy with it. I was since first day of preview on 2022. You are brave, man. I don't even fuck with the preview versions. I try to keep it up to date. You know, as long as it doesn't introduce any like major bugs or whatever. I like to keep it up to date because I like to get the new features and stuff. And I know that's somewhat dangerous, but our projects are pretty small and it's usually pretty manageable. But I would not fuck with a preview version. I at least wait till it comes out of beta. I respect that though. That's ballsy. Anyway, yeah, I guess I don't need these here, but I'm gonna have to really consider starting to use some properties and stuff in here that actually would work very well. I don't dig too deep into stuff, so the new features don't affect me. We just have to be careful with the preview versions because they could be buggy as shit. Because they're not out of beta yet, so there could be some horrible shit in there that like they didn't find, but maybe your project will freak out about. That 2021 can't show first array slot is just a joke bug. It was at least fixed? Oh my god. What? I must have hopped on after that. I don't remember that being an issue. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's Bizarro World shit. I don't remember that one. I do remember, I think it was 2019. In the first couple versions of 2019, out of beta, mind you, out of beta, there was a memory leak, specifically on sprites that used slicing. Any slice sprite, every time you resized it, it would generate memory. And I kept like running the game and I'm like, oh my god, memory's like filling up. What the fuck is going on? And eventually I figured it out. And then I checked and somebody had already reported it, of course. But at least that was verification for me that I wasn't going nuts. I'm like, I think there's a memory leak. What is going on? That always made me kind of wary. But at least they fixed it eventually. I don't forget what I did. I wasn't releasing anything to the public at that point, so I think I just didn't bother with it. Yeah. But it was for a life bar. It was I was just stretching the sprite on it, but it was a pattern. It was a checkerboard pattern. So I created a slice sprite instead, or tiled. I think it was in tiled mode. And then when you stretch it, it just, you know, extends it and it makes a nice pattern. Yeah, and that was causing the memory leak because they broke it. I need my nav mesh in 3D and that's it. Gotcha. Yeah, we use some Unity, like real Unity features, and some others we don't. Depends on the game. We don't do map mesh because we're not doing 3D stuff, but we do not rely on the Unity physics. So we use the colliders for information, but we made our own platforming engine here. Well, we're making it. That does not use Unity physics. So we're working on how to fix that up. We want tighter control over our character, and we want behavior that physics will not allow. Essentially, here, let me pop open, because this is the kind of sub project, if you want to call it, that we're developing the platforming in, because we had problems with our original attempt. But I'll show you what the main game looks like. I think it's this one. The main game actually has graphics and stuff. It's not just testing stuff. It says we actually built a couple maps and all that. It'll take a minute to open, especially since I'm streaming from the computer, so it's sucking up all the CPU on me here. That's not too bad. I think it's only using like 15%, but it does slow things down, of course. So we'll give that a second. I do like now that you can just like uninstall that shit with the package manager. I go in there and I purge everything that I don't need. It's great. Unity's opening speed dropped a bit. Yeah, it has. It actually has. Which is okay, I guess. You only unless it crashes, you only open it once, right? But on potato PCs, it got better. Really? That's strange. Oh, is it good? Oh, no, it still says hold on. There we go. There we go. All right, here. This is what the game normally looks like. Did you check out the vid I posted in general of the FGC dev? I have not. Apologize. Here we go. Well, this probably looks really shitty at 30 FPS. I apologize because my stream computer is bugging out and I had to drop the stream to 30 FPS instead of 60. So I apologize if it looks choppy, but here's what the game kind of looks like with all the graphics and stuff. And I've got the CRT filter on. I don't know if that probably doesn't look so good in 720 compressed down, so maybe I'll turn that off. Oh, not here. Where's my view frame? Okay, get rid of the screen overlay. and get rid of the color correction. There we go. Okay. There we go. Should look a little bit better at least. Anyway, this is what the game is supposed to look like, but we kept running into problems with the platforming code, so I said, screw it. We're going to take the platforming code and move it out of the project and then try to work on it from there. But as you can see, you get bugs like this. You can't walk off anymore. So, yeah, it hangs up a little. But this is basically the idea of what the game is supposed to look like. I don't want to talk about URP. I do use URP, the Universal Render Pipeline. I do use it. I find that the URP, while it has a slight performance decrease, the URP actually stabilizes FPS. Why is everything dark? Caves aren't dark. Gem caves aren't dark. What do you mean gem caves? It's not gem. This is just dark ass cave. Look, this is a prototype, alright? Leave me alone. It's a prototype. So we've been trying to kind of get our aesthetic ideas out and test them and see what it looks like. And there are slopes. I guess you don't really see them here, but here's a test room. Oh, there's a bug. But we do have like slopes and stuff, so you can walk up slopes, which is nice. And then like steep slopes, you slide down and things like that. That's the kind of stuff we're trying to get going here. Of course, we kept running into bugs, so we kind of started over in that little side project to kind of nail down the systems before we re-import them back into the project. Where's the light supposed to come from? Look, it's a video game, alright? Leave me alone. Posted on Discord what I mean with gem caves. Yeah, but there's no gems in those caves. There's no gems. Anyway, it's gonna be a kinda, sorta-ish Metroidvania. And it's about a haunted house and kids are trapped in the haunted house. And we don't have like a proper name for it yet. Let's see. Let's go here. I drew these ones. I drew these tiles. I'm proud of them. I draw good bricks. Oh yeah. No, there's coins. The coins are just a joke. We're not actually having coins. But we're testing inventory. Here, let me go in here. Alright, this is a better aesthetic test. You have a house in your cave, but no gems. So, well, there's normally a key in there, but I already got the key, so the key's already been registered in my inventory. So I can escape out of here. And then like this, this goes to the graveyard. Tim did the graveyard stuff. So, but you see all the little platforming bugs are really annoying. You can't fall off anything anymore. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. So, that's why we just kind of moved all the platforming code to a separate little sub-object, or sub-project, and then we can kind of work out all those bugs, and then when we're ready, we can bring them on back. Where's Zombie? Where's Zombie with gem? No zombies with gems. We got a gravestone enemy, but no zombies yet. He can't attack yet, so I didn't put enemies in yet. In fact, this was the first enemy test here. But once we get the platforming sorted out, then we can start making enemies. But until then, it's kind of like, doesn't make much sense. But here, what I wanted to show is that the way we do platforming is more old school. So here, see that the player's physical collision intrudes on the slope so that he is standing properly by the center. Like the old games, Mega Man X, Mario games, all of them, they use this bottom center point to align the character on here, which pushes their hitbox and their physical properties inside the slope. Now Unity's physics will not let you do that, because Unity would not allow the protrusion to occur. So we have to do our own programming for for the platforming to make this kind of system work, because we want it to feel like an old school game. Kid is walking around with 12 hearts in his chest, and y'all worrying about light from the cave. Yeah, the HUD actually is just a placeholder. It actually doesn't do anything. Not yet, at least. It lets you do that with layers? What do you mean with layers? Anyway, so the idea was if we wanted to have good classic platforming behavior and tight controls and all that, we had to do it ourselves. And so that's what we're doing here. And this is like the V2, and then we ended up running into a bunch of bugs, so now we're on V3. You can say that layer X has no physical impact on layer Y. Oh yeah, but like, then what do you, like, how do you... Well, here, watch. But then you have to make it so that it will stop here, though. You know, you have to make this stop and this stop. But then it has to keep the center point here as you go along. And then when you walk out, it has to know to kind of like let you walk out horizontally, and then you can eventually fall off. Now it won't let me fall off because it's bugged, but then it'll eventually fall off once I clear that point. But the other thing too is when you are on a slope, and actually I don't know if I have a oh, he's freaking out. I don't know if I have an example of this here. Let's see. I don't have an example of this here, but if you go from a slope to an edge, it has to have a specific behavior too. Don't know if there's one here or not. The slope that goes to a wall is what I'm looking for. I don't think it's here. Maybe in the original debug it'll do it. Yeah, here, right? So here, we made it so that when you go to a wall, it has to intersect at this point where the slope turns into a wall. So there's a lot of nuanced like rules to the system, and that way when he stops, he's gonna stop here. He won't be able to encroach farther than that. So it's kind of a nuanced like system of rules of what constitutes as a wall, what constitutes as a floor, depending on what you're doing. Or like here's a decent example. In this case, like the ceiling point has to know that it can protrude into here. It sees this as a ceiling, an angled surface as a ceiling, and it needs to protrude into there. But if it was not quite that steep, then see, it needs to know to stop at the corner here. So there's a bit more going on under the hood than it looks like, but it's all to get that kind of retro feel. This was our original test room here, and then we can do the Sanic thing. We can walk up the walls. Hooray! So it's fun. That makes my head ouchy. Yeah, that one makes my head ouchy too. I just oh yeah, this kind of broke here, but that's, we need it to play good. We need it to feel good. If it doesn't feel like an old classic game, then we kind of feel like it won't be worth playing. So we're going through the headache. We're on what, year 3? Year 3 of trying to get this shit to work right. So we're stressing over it, but we're gonna get it right, damn it. We're gonna get it right. You can't see that one because It is an invisible object. Right here. It's a big collider. Big collider. How come gizmos aren't on? Where's colliders? Where the hell are colliders? What don't I have checked here? Oh, maybe they might actually just be off in the inspector. Polycircle mesh. No? Weird. I don't know. I must have turned them off somewhere. Selection wire? No. I don't know. I don't know what I turned off. I can't see them though. Should be able. It's a polygon collider, right? Where's Ricky? You tell me what you're standing on. There's our collision box. Ricky, what are you standing on? Tell me. Nothing. He's not telling me. Where's move results? Final collision data? No. I don't know. Anyway, it's... yeah. Why did you use Unity over Unreal when you got C++ experience? Well, it appeared to me as though Unreal was a little more complicated, but you could get more performance out of it. And I felt like for little indie game projects, I do not need to squeeze out every ounce of performance out of the engine. So I felt like going with C# and Unity would be better for rapid development in an environment that may have some performance implications, but they'll be minor enough that a game that I'm doing shouldn't be an issue. So it was kind of like, it sounds like Unity is a little easier to use, but you won't get quite as much performance, TLDR. And that's fine by me. I mean, unless you're pumping out some like 3D crazy shader AAA bullshit, I don't think you really need that level of performance that Unreal offers. That was my take anyway. I'm sure not everybody agrees with that, but that was my that was how I interpreted that. And so that was the choice I made. Let's polycircle. Wacky. I just don't know why these aren't showing up. Here's the gizmo displayer, but it's not working. Now it is. Now that I visited it. Whatever. I don't care. It's fine. Anyway, so you saw all the platforming bugs which we're attempting to fix. In here, you notice that the platforming works a hell of a lot better here than it does in the other project. Now, I don't have volume on my character, but I can walk off of platforms, I can double jump, I can do all sorts of stuff, and it works pretty alright. Now, the next step after... oh yeah, we have moving platforms too, which are really nice. But the next step after this will be, after we fix up moving platforms, the next step is to essentially add volume to the character and then get their stuff working right. But the just using a point right now sort of simplified all the math that we had to do. But as you can see, it's working pretty alright here. You know, I can walk down, up and down slopes. I don't get caught on anything. Except walls right now, because I don't have volume, so I can continually move into the wall and it'll stop me, but that's alright. But you see, he won't go up that, he thinks that's a wall. And everything looks pretty cool. Unreal is just a horrible to death optimized thing with billions of options where you don't get anything done. And Unity is leaning towards that. Veronix says Unreal probably still does, as they're working to fix that input lag. Oh yeah, that's right. Ponton said Unreal had more input delay back then. Yeah, I don't know. I guess they made options that you can disable some shit to make input lag better. And I think that we discovered this when Street Fighter V used Unreal, and it had like 8 frames of input delay, and then there was a whole big controversy about that, which, yeah, it felt like shit, it felt like mud. So, yeah, there is something to do with that. Currently, so I work on a fighting game too, in Unity. It's called Pocket Fighter EX. It's a fan game, just a free thing. Currently, in the current build, I am down to 3.5 frames of input lag. And I say a half because my very unscientific point the phone at the screen and then like check. I set one of the actions to caps lock, and the benefit of having it on a caps lock is a lot of keyboards has a light that turns on when you press cap lock. So I would take a video with the keyboard and the monitor in frame, and I would press cap locks, and I just check from the frame that I see the light turn on to the point where the animation of the character starts. I measure that, and it was between 3 and 4 frames. I believe that was with VSync off in full screen exclusive, but I don't remember exactly. So that's all right. That's okay. Street Fighter 4, I think, had 6 frames of input lag. Now the monitor that I'm using is a 1 millisecond monitor. However, the pixel response time is not very good. So it is very likely that it's probably 3 frames of input lag. It's just that using the camera without a high-speed shutter and having a monitor that ghosts that much could be causing, you know, that variance between 3 and 4. So I'm pretty safe to say that it's at least no more than 4 frames of input lag in Pocket Fighter EX, which is pretty good. I think, no, was it Street Fighter 4? Was it 4 or 6 frames input lag? I thought it was 6. And then Street Fighter 5 was 8. And then they reduced it to 6. And then I don't know, Street Fighter 6 might be better, but yeah. So I'm using those settings on projects going forward, so the Mansion game should have about 3 to 4 frames of input lag. Oh, I kicked out. I kicked my headphone out. I can't hear the music anymore. You think that music's here for you? It's here for me, baby. No, it's here for you too. But I do like to listen to it. But yeah, anyway, so Street Fighter 4 was 6 for the PS4, 4 on PS3, and 3 on 360. Really? Well, I'm tied with the 360 version, I guess. I wonder what the PC version of Street Fighter 4 was. I think people said that was the best one. Anyway, so, oh yeah, I missed a couple messages. So, yeah, what do I say, Jory K? He said, well, actually, I don't know if it's he or she. So I'll say they said, I just use old render and adapt sometimes into HDRP or URP because old renderer has no settings and random black box popping up from lights. That sounds awful. I moved to the URP because I wanted performance over crazy fidelity. Obviously, I'm doing a pixel art game. I don't give a shit about like shadows and shaders and crazy shit. Although you can use 2D shadows in URP, and I think you can only do 2D shadows in URP. So I guess that works out if I ever want to make a higher fidelity looking game. But I figured I didn't need all the optimized bullshit. I could just do the basic stuff with the URP and then kind of slim everything down, right? You can turn physics off. Yep, you can turn physics off. In fact, I think we have physics only happening either not at all right now or only happening when we tell it to. Physics 2D. Yeah, if you do simulation mode in 2D, you can do fix update or update, I don't know why the hell you would do it on update, but whatever. You could do it on fixed update is the default, but if you do it on script, it will not happen until you call it. And I don't believe we're even calling it right now, so it's just doing its own thing. For 3D physics, it's a different option. It's auto simulation, and you can turn that off too. So I always turn those off for performance. And then I don't use 3D physics for the most part. I don't. I'm a 2D guy, I guess. And then yeah, I must not be using it for anything, because here, look, my grid's clean. So yeah, we're not even calling the 2D physics simulation at all. All of this is just homemade stuff. So it works pretty good too so far. So here's the thing. Here's what separates this version from the older version. And this has been inflated so that you can see it better. We kind of use like a skin width, like a force field around the colliders, in order to get keep the raycasts from detecting the collider. We used to walk on the actual surface, but then the raycast would just like detect it immediately. Like you'd just get a 0 distance hit if you tried to shoot it from here. So what we did is make it so that you don't contact the surface exactly. You have to raycast use physics. It does, but you don't have to simulate physics in order for raycast to work. So what I meant is that we're not using simulated physics. We're not actually taking the simulation. We've turned it off. So we're not using like the built-in physics collision detection shit, but we are using raycasts. So what happens, I guess, if I jump here, right? Oh. Go back. Damn it. I gotta pause it quicker. Okay, unpause. Okay, you need to not be maximized. I don't think I can do that anymore, though. Here, take that out. Jump and stop. So we do little movements here. So we move from here to here. Now here, he's past the force field, but he hasn't detected it yet. So the raycast will only detect the actual objects there. And here, once it hits, you see that he attempted the move from here to here. Well, he attempted to move all the way down here. He got stopped. And it decided that, okay, you're closer than the force field, so you're gonna stop here, wherever you were. If you're inside here, just stop where you are and start walking. And then you walk to the end of the force field line. So here I'm going to go to the platformer, and I'm just gonna tell him to move left, so I have an auto move left to help debug. And I step him through and then see what he's doing. He gets to the end here, where he's attempting to. I don't know if he's there yet. I guess he's not there yet. He made one movement from here to here. Move from here to here, then he gets to the end here, then he has to transition to the next line, which is funny because it actually goes backwards, but normally this force field's only like 0.001 big, so you wouldn't even notice that kind of weirdness. Are you sure the old games also made such complicated maths? No, they did not, but the old games used tile-based coordinates, or they used tile-based collisions. When you're working with essentially infinite precision here, you have to do way more math to get that same thing. So we are simulating the precision and the tightness of old school game controls while attempting to respect polygonal collision, which is not what they did back in the day. So we have to do a fuck ton more math to make this work than they did back in the day. If we only used like pixel graphics and like literal just only tile collisions without using polygonal shapes and stuff, yeah, we could make this a lot more simple. But I don't want that. I want a game that has flexibility, because if we get it right this time, we can use it in a different project. Maybe it doesn't have pixel art graphics. Maybe it has 2.5D, or maybe it has like high resolution, you know, hand-drawn art, and in which case you're gonna need nuanced platforming and rotating platforms maybe, and moving platforms and things of all different shapes. So we said, screw it, we're gonna do the hard version now, and then we can reuse it later for other projects. But you are right, you do not need to do this much math if you only wanted to literally copy the classic games. But I don't want to just copy the classic games, I want to get that tightness, and I want to bring it into a more flexible modern design. But you see here, then he travels along the force field line instead of being actually on the collider itself. And then when he gets to the end here, he has left. He went here, and basically it checked, and it's like, yeah, you can't walk on this. There's no way to transition onto this because it's, well, it's not a wall, or it's not a floor, as this character interprets it. This is a wall, or in some cases, you go from floor to ceiling, and that is an invalid transition. So it says, okay, you're released from this floor, then just keep walking however you want. And then it goes back into free space at that point. Until he hits something else. And then, you know, you see it here. And he's going. And here he'll actually get stuck down here because he's in a gap. But we'll go up here and then repause. And then you'll see here, same thing. He's going along, and eventually he will make contact with the wall here, and then it says, okay, you are attempting to walk into a wall. And it's like, no, you can't walk on walls, you can only walk on floors, and then it just continually tries to walk into it, but he can't do it. Now eventually when we get volumetric hitboxes here, or collision boxes, he will not be able to get this close to it. It'll stop him at whatever his box is, but to make things less complicated to start, we're only using a point. And so that's how that works. Now if I change what he thinks is a wall, if I make this like 360, he can walk up anything. So here, now I've changed it. His walkable, max walkable angle is beyond walls at this point. Everything's a floor. And so he can actually scale up that. And he can also scale back down because this is a floor, and as far as he's concerned, this is also a floor, and the ceiling is also a floor. Everything's a floor. So he can actually trace around the object at this point, which is kind of neat. Somewhat useless. Once you get volumetrics in, this will be literally impossible, but it's fine. So I'll change it back to 50. And then he's on his way to the end of this line. And then once he pops off here, he will fall. And it'll tell him to stop attempting to move left. He'll fall down. But it works out pretty well so far. Oh, he didn't quite make it. So we'll just let him drop. What's below? Nothing? That's basically nothing down there. I wanted to get him in the middle here. There we are. So we can kind of watch how he reacts to this. So he can go this way. We'll go the other way. And then, yeah, then he hit this as he was walking. He hit this, and now he's transitioned up to here. So it works pretty well. Once we get the volumetrics in, I think it'll be a lot easier. Oh, he's still being told to move left. Like, why can't I move? There. Now I can jump on back. There. But it's working out pretty alright. Working pretty okay. Put a little double jump in to help me get around. It's working out alright. So I'm really happy with how it's turning out. But that's the thing, keeping them away from the actual collider so that raycasts don't get all fucking goofy is what you need to do. So that you can redetect the same collider now at this point. Because when a raycast fires, it will hit an object once. If I fire, I'm just gonna take this screen as a sample. I'm trying to. Yeah, here we go. Okay. This was one of the problems we ended up with. So if we shoot a ray, I'm gonna draw it in red. Oh, that's terrible. It's so dark. Pink works. We shoot a ray, right? Like this. Wait, that's not what I want. Where do I want? Like this. We shoot a ray like this, right? It goes from here down to here. It'll impact here. It will not impact here. You do not get double contacts. You only get one. So here's the problem. If your character is here, a little stick man here, right? Your character's here, and you shoot the ray right on the line. Now, floating point precision will sometimes let you do this and sometimes not, but most of the time it will hit immediately because it's inside the collider already, and then you do not get data here. So if you had eventually a wall here, if this collider was actually like a wall, a solid wall, it went up and like this is one shape, you shot a ray here, it would hit here and it would not hit here. You would not be able to detect this intersection. So that was part of the problem we were having. But now, since the ray is never on the thing itself, it'll shoot here and it will definitely hit this. So that was one of the lessons we had to learn. Where it was just, I don't know if that's how raycasts normally work in other engines, but if it is a Unity specific thing, it's kind of annoying. So that's part of the reason that we wanted the force field, so to speak, this skin width. The other is because if you get too close to the line, you can start floating point precision is not great. You can start like Schrödingering into objects and shit, where on one frame you are connected to it, and then the next frame it's like, nope, you're not touching it, and the next frame it's like, yeah, you're touching it, and it just gets really annoying. So we just keep them away from that. Now again, I said we inflated this, right? I can put it back to normal parameters. Normally it's this small, so you see it still functions properly. Everything works. But the precision is much higher. So if we go to where the mouse is, you have to zoom in a lot to see it. But you do see the gap. See, there's a gap here. But it's like 1/100th of a pixel. See how small it is compared to 1 pixel? It's virtually invisible. You do not see it when you're moving around. It's harder to debug that way, so that's why we keep it inflated to see it. But it makes all those wacky transitions where it looks like he's going backwards for like a nanometer, all of that becomes completely invisible. There's no way to humanly notice that kind of shit's going on. I think like here was a good example, right? Right here. The one line ends here, and then it has to move them back here to then start the next one. So we can actually see that happening now. It's so small. We pause it and move left, right? Oh shit, it already happened. Do we get to see it? Hold on, do we get to see it? Where's... Yeah, we get to see it. Okay, so... I'll zoom out here. Oh no! No, we don't. I think? Wait, no, 0? What's our 0? Oh yeah, we got it. This is the frame. So it goes from this surface here, and he ended up at the end of it. It's really hard to see because it's like zoomed in. But then when he crossed that, he went from, you know, I'm gonna have to inflate it again. This is like way too hard to see. Well, I did that, right? 0.05, and then this would be 0.1. for a minimum distance. Okay. Let me do this again to kind of show you how this works, because I think this is really interesting. It's one of those things where it's not correct, but it is correct. So here, you see the end of this line ends here. And then what happens is you have to transition back to this point to start on the new line, which is weird because you're going forward, then backward, then forward. So here, yeah, it's a little harder to see here. Let me turn the sprite off. So in the first update, you see the purple line here, the pink or purple line. That's telling you what surface you were on in the first part of the move. And then you see that we got to the end here. And then it's gonna move us over here. And that should be step 1. Or step... Wait, why does it display 1? Wait, there's only 1? Oh, maybe he didn't make the end of the line. Okay, there we go, there we go. I think now he actually went to the next line. Yeah, there's 3 steps here. So, step 0, yeah, he's still on this line. He reached the end of the line. Yeah, you see the orange arrow here. The next step, so that was step 0. Step 1, you see he's actually moving. You see the orange arrow. He actually moves to this side of the line to continue walking. And then step 2, the third step in the sequence that took place, is him walking the next line. So that all happens in 1 frame. And then, you know, he keeps going down until he reaches the next, and he transitions. You see that transition happening here. Going from there to there. And this one's actually interesting because, well, I guess if his speed was higher, he may have attempted to contact the wall. Then he would have got redirected anyway, even if he touched the inner shape. But yeah, same thing here. Goes to here, has to snap to the new line and go. But again, when the skin width is 1/100th of a pixel, you do not see that. It's just completely invisible. You would never notice it. Even at 1 pixel, you may not even notice the hitch, but 1/100th of a pixel, you're definitely not going to notice that. I'd say what I had it on before was 1/2 a pixel. Yeah, this collider is mirrored, so that one gives me some bugs, but these ones are non-mirrored. But yeah, you don't even notice it. There's no way to notice it. It's like a fucking nanometer. Oh no, you lost a nanometer when you moved. Big whoop. 1/100th of a pixel. Don't care. You know, you're still going basically the same speed. You won't even notice it. That is the magic of this system. I don't know if this is proper. I don't know if this is normal. It is just the answer that both Tim and I came up with to help out with how this works. Oh yeah, see this collider is mirrored. It has an inverted scale on it. That's why it acts strange. It just doesn't know what to do. Yeah, that one's inverted too. I think all of these are inverted in some way. And this one's double inverted. When you double invert, everything just kind of works, which is weird. But invert only 1 axis and it gets strange. Anyway, yeah, so that's kind of a breakdown of what we're doing. So far, the theory seems to be holding up, and everything is working all right. So I'm excited. I'm very big excited because everything kind of seems to be working right. We fixed all our angle processing last stream or the stream before that. Everything's looking pretty cool, pretty solid. And I was ready to start adding volumetrics, but I did want to fix the moving platforms do not see you. Only you can see moving platforms. So you got that 50-50 chance of falling through them. And that's what brought us to interfaces. Swinging it all back around, right? Yeah, so what's next? If when the moving platform moves, its moving processing doesn't try to search for anything in its way, it just moves. And then if it moves and it overlaps the character's like, oh, I'm stuck. Well, I'm just going to ignore whatever I'm stuck on and I'm gonna fall through it so that I'm not like stuck, and I'm not freaking out. And then that causes the character to basically fall through moving platforms. But if when a character moves during the frame, if it detects something in the way, if it detects a moving platform in the way, it will attach to it properly. And that's why some of them do work. But it's kind of like whoever gets to do it first. So here, I'm walking forward, kind of guarantees at a high velocity I'll land on it. However, if I go with it, it may not see me. So let's get out in the middle of nowhere here. There, and see I fell through? So what that means is during that update, I moved up really close to it, and then it moved over me, but it doesn't see me when it moves. So that's what I was programming before we kind of got all sidetracked here. I need to track where all these walkers are, and when a moving platform calls to move, it has to call up all the walkers and be like, hey, you need to see if you're in the way of this thing, and if you are in the way of this thing, you need to let us know, because what will happen is this will say attempt to move all the way out here, right? But mouse is in the way. We look forward to go here, mouse looks backwards. In the way that we're looking, we look in the opposite way. Mouse looks the opposite way. He says, hey, I'm gonna hit you if you move like that. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. So we're only gonna move this far then. And then we're gonna pick you up. We're gonna pick you up, and then we're going to move one more time with the remaining distance that we wanted left. And then it will pick the mouse up. It'll basically, like, the bus stops, picks the mouse up, and then continues on its way. Of course, this happens in one frame, so it just, boom, it's lickety-split. However, that's what we need to do. But right now, the mouse does not get called up to attempt to look to see if it's going to be picked up by the moving platform. And what would happen is the moving platform would just move out to here, and now the mouse is like, I'm stuck inside of you, so I don't know what to do, I can only ignore you now. And what would happen when you ignore it is you just fall through it. That's also why when the mouse is not moving, in this scenario, if the mouse is just sitting there on the floor, he's not moving, right? And like I said, only the mouse can detect the platform. Platform can't detect the mouse. It will just overlap him. Like it won't even know that he's there. It just walks right. See, it just goes right through him. And of course, the mouse is ignoring it because he doesn't want to get stuck. But yeah, it just gets wacky really quick. And until he pops out, then he can re-interact with it. But yeah, it just kind of strange. So that's what we're attempting to fix. Well, what will happen is he'll just get picked up by the object. Originally, I was planning to skip this step until we got to characters that had actual like hitboxes on them. But I feel like maybe we should just take it a little bit slower. I feel like maybe that was the wrong decision, and that maybe being a little too hasty. Because it will be more complicated to do this in the future. Even if we end up throwing all this code out, just learning that it works is good, valuable information. And sure, it adds a little bit to our dev time, but like I said earlier in the stream, measure twice, cut once. Don't waste the wood, man. So yeah, anyway, here we go. We have them registering now using an interface, which are terrible, as we've gone over. We do have them registering now, and they do unregister. So if we look at the log here, somewhere here, right here, registered, the iWalker point platformer, and there it is. And now, if I turn off the game, it will unregister it. So unregister, there we are. Actually, the only other thing... The only other thing I want to do here is actually prevent these from doing anything. Oh, I heard something. Is it Tim?
Hi.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hi.
How's it going? Hey, welcome. After everything blew up. Yeah, TLDR, my video capture card completely fucking fried. So... Oh, you saw it? Okay. Alright, I don't have to go over it again. But yeah, we got it kind of working here.
What's the current progress in the...
We had a big old discussion about how interfaces in C# are fucking terrible. Because I was working with them here to add functionality to track the walkers. And then I went over the problem and I went over the solution and that kind of stuff. But yeah, we got off on a lot of technical details about C# and I learned a few new things, so that was alright. But right here, I'm just making sure this registration cannot happen unless the game is running. So, only available at runtime. And similarly, you can only unregister stuff at runtime. And, oh yeah, we learned a new thing. If you log with Unity, you can send it a reference to the object, right? And then in the editor, when you clicked on that, it will actually tell you where that object came from, and that's really helpful. But you can't do that with an interface because interfaces are just generic C# objects. They're not Unity objects. But what I figured out was, I just took a guess as that's what actually happened. You could try to cast the interface back to a Unity object. And apparently it works. Unity actually likes that. So now when I hit play, I'm gonna pause it quick. Right here is my register message. You see it highlights the object that actually came from. Even though this code does not run in the object itself, it runs outside of it. You can cast it and it'll actually point it back to you, and that's really cool. Here. So that's all you do. You do whatever the object that you have as Unity object, and then it seems to be happy with that, which is cool. And then I made a really unnecessary method to get a name from a not Unity object to attempt, using that technique, to attempt to make it a Unity object, or to read it as such, and then give you a name back, instead of writing all of this every time I needed to do it.
Okay.
It's a little over-engineered, but it was fun, and we had a good time talking about it. So.
With the reverse raise.
Yes. Now this is where we need to do the reverse raise. So we have the registrations working. Now we can actually collect that data and do it. But I do need to do one more thing here. Private static void editor play enter or on editor play enter, and this has to be if into the editor and if yeah, I didn't like that indentation. I have to reset this list now that I've told it that it cannot unregister things during runtime. I think the list will remain filled when I tell it to stop. So what I want to do is, as soon as it comes through in editor, I'll have to add it up here. As soon as play mode is clicked, it needs to wipe that list. So using Unity editor, and that should give me access to play mode, initialize on enter play mode. Yep. And so this is clear, and that's it. Reset the registration list. and then that should work. We should not get any errors now. But we'll test it just to be sure. Anyway, Jory, I don't know if Jory's still here. He apparently knows a lot more about C# than I do. We were going over some new things that you can do with interfaces that were not previously doable.
I see a question. Do the old games really need that much company like that?
Yeah, that's right. You can see the log, can't you? Yeah, that was one of the questions that made me laugh too. I knew you'd get a amusement out of it if you heard it.
I'm curious what your answer was.
If we stuck to a strict tile-based, non-polygonal collision system, then yeah, it wouldn't have to be this complicated. But since we are, it does. So essentially, that was my answer. And I went over how the skin width system works, and like what it does and stuff. So that took up some time. So here, okay, when we press off, oh, it does actually unregister it. So it must catch it before it goes into offline mode. But yeah, okay, so that works. Then what I did is the point walker does register itself on awake and destroy. I'm considering making this on enable and disable though. When an object is disabled, I kind of feel like it shouldn't be subject to walking and stuff, you know what I mean? And that makes sense, I think. So yeah, let's do that. On enable, and we'll remove registration here, and then on disable, unregistration here, and in fact we don't even need these anymore at all. And just to make sure the language is correct, register active, and get all active walkers, and then all active walkers, and unregister active walker. Okay.
So by the way, I don't think that's fire reverse right yet, right?
It is not fire reverse right yet, no. I'm just doing data collection at this moment.
The reason why I popped in actually is I had a theoretical question regarding ray custom.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Well, it's a bit of a diagram, but part of the question is, what do we currently do when we hit an exact point on the platter?
We don't do anything special, we just take whatever it sees.
Then we have a code for this.
We did, but
where did it go now?
It was in our other test project, so it's not in this one. However,
which one was that? The one with the complex shapes?
Yes, yes. At this
implement that, or
at this point in time, I am unsure of the usability of the solution we came up with. So my plan is just let it ride for now, and then when we get to that point again, then we'll reevaluate our options. But essentially, what it was is that whenever we made a raycast hit, we would check how close it was to the nearest intersection point. And if it was close enough, then we would do special code to kind of simulate what the hell we're going to do about it to make sure that our results are a bit more consistent. The only issue with that is if the raycast doesn't hit at all, then you won't even see the damn thing. So you could potentially still run into issues if the raycast gets really close, but it doesn't actually hit. So just to draw that for the people here. Here is your wall, let's say, and here's the little spiky. And then here's your character. Now, we're just going to ignore the fact that this is a microscopic scale. But if the ray shoots like this, because of the way that floating points are kind of, not reliable, this could potentially hit. Even though it really doesn't hit, it could potentially hit or not hit, and we don't really know. But it could be within the distance that we would want to actually apply this certain code. So it's because we never got a hit, we don't know enough that it's there, and maybe it'll cause problems and maybe it won't, but I'm just not going to worry about it for now.
That's why I had a question here. Say you do get a hit, right? What would happen?
Okay, so if you do get a hit, and I'm going to change the shape here to make it a little easier. Let's say our character's here, right? And he's so close to this point that, you know, we might run into problems. So we shoot a ray, and we end up intersecting here. But we said, if you are within this range of the point, the end point, we might want to just transition you out here to this point instead. And then maybe then you can choose which way you want to go instead of it going fucking bananas. So
yeah, but right now, the way you're drawing it seems very macro. It's like you just hit the side of the line, right?
yeah.
So but I thought the other one is actually a more interesting example. In that you're either bypassing it completely or hitting the spike.
Yeah, this is the one that we're not sure how that's gonna work out. Hey, we got let's see. I saw the message, I didn't get a chance to read it yet. Hello, my name is Wack. So welcome and thank you for the follow. Hold on, Amber. Are you all right? Is everything okay? Okay. Does something need to be done, or? Okay, I mean, can you take care of that, or? Okay. I didn't know if it was like an urgent thing, or? Okay. Okay. The geese are put up, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay. I figured you got them. Okay, I mean, they're all safe then. All the cats are in? Okay, alright. Okay, just making sure her message about the coyotes being out there wasn't an emergency, so I guess everything's okay.
Grab the guns?
Yeah, grab the guns, right? Yeah. Yeah, so anyway, I started blasting.
Bullets emerging too.
Yeah, the more scary thing is if one of the animals hadn't got put up, or if like the cat didn't come in at night, then they could potentially be wandering up in the hills, and then the coyotes could come and eat them, and that's bad. And sometimes that happens. You know, if you let your cats out, which we do, that can happen. You just have to make sure to get them in before nightfall or whatever.
No,
but
you know the solutions to that, right?
what's that?
You know the real American solutions to that, right?
What?
Get the cat guns.
Give the coyotes guns?
No, the cats.
Oh, the cats guns. Oh, okay. Yeah, give the cats guns. Yeah, that's it. Strap all the cats. Look, if I could, I would. To be completely honest, if I could, I would. This is America, baby. We got guns.
And,
guns have guns.
don't forget to forget to fight to restrict the Second Amendment rights for all the coyotes.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, though. So we always get the cats in, you know, but sometimes the cats will just go missing. Like, they're not missing, but they just don't come back, you know, for like a day. Sometimes cats just go on adventures, or they get stuck in a tree for a while, and then you don't know, and they'll come back later. And those are the scary moments, because sometimes they don't come back. Sometimes they do get eaten, or whatever. And that really sucks.
Mark, you got a question.
Alright, is there a way I could use public game object enemy on a bullet script so that way the bullet can detect and destroy both the enemy and the bullet? What I would do instead, use the physics system to detect when the bullet collides with an object. And at that point, in your collision callback, so I think it's the mono behavior method of like on collision enter, check for that, and it will tell you what it hit. And then you can do a get component on that to see if you hit an enemy. And then at that point you can say, oh, I hit the enemy. Well, tell the enemy to delete or turn off or whatever. and then you tell the bullet to also turn off or delete at that point. That's the way I would handle that. That way you don't need a reference to every enemy in the entire, you know, object. Like, you could have a big list of here's all the enemies and every bullet, but that's pretty inefficient to do that and pretty limiting. Because then you'd either have to find all objects of type, which is really slow. You use that method, very, very slow. Do not recommend it ever. Or you would have to manually edit every bullet to have every reference for every enemy, and that'd be insane. I only have 1.5 weeks of programming experience. I need a visual idea of what I'm looking for. Well, here, I'll pull up Unity on collision enter 2D. I'm assuming it's a 2D project. There is a 3D version of this. But I'm going to paste a link.
Difference?
What's that?
That makes a big difference.
It does make a big difference. But in terms of this, if you just take off the 2D off of the name, it'll be the 3D version. Where is...
just checking overlaps or...
Here's my check. Here is a link. This is what you're looking for.
Is it just checking overlaps?
Yeah, he's talking about shooting a bullet and an enemy just kind of getting detected. This is the method that you want to use. So check out examples for it. Check out, or just look for like Unity collision detection tutorials on YouTube and shit.
Sounds like it's 2D.
Yeah, sounds like it's 2D. Yeah, Gradius 3 remake. Yeah, it's, I figured. If you need the 3D version, then you just don't use 2D on the end.
Does it end Gradius 3D?
Yeah, Gradius 3D.
Does such a game exist?
Either way, it's the same thing. So it's either on collision enter 2D or on collision enter, which is by default 3D.
Yeah.
So that's what you want to do. That's what you want to use to check.
That's just overlapping, right?
Yeah, I guess so. If you do a physics simulation, it will. Well, it depends. If they actually collide as physical objects, then they won't overlap, but they will still send that message when they collide. But if they are...
You do physics.
Yeah, this is using Unity physics.
Yeah, I guess that would work in an actual space shooter.
Oh yeah, it would be fine.
With jump arcs and whatnot.
But if they're all like kinematic colliders, and they're not told to like, you know, like they don't have mass or anything, then they'll just do an overlap check essentially. But the thing with using the Unity simulation, if they pass through each other, they'll still catch each other. So if the bullets go in lightning speed and it passes through an object, like if it would just clear through an object, if you made that step without checking in between, it would still catch it because Unity's system does in between checks. Up to a certain point of accuracy, but you know, there are points where it could actually phase through it if you're going fast enough, but not likely in a space shooter. But at the very least, if you're using kinematic collisions, then it will essentially overlap check doing that. But it's a good way to test that. We'll be doing that for Mansion eventually, using the on-collision hunter. They said at some point, the game I'm working on right now is a space 2D game mixed with top-down, side view, and isometric view. Well, you ain't getting that done quick. that's like programming 4 games in one. But most of it is 2D, travel, battles, and exploration. But the planet view is going to be isometric. Well, good luck with that. This sounds like a very complicated setup. What's that?
I mean, that's the hardest one. I mean, top-down and side view, you can probably just change the angle on the player sprite.
Yeah, I was gonna say the top-down and side view is not too bad. But yeah, the isometric is gonna be a pain in the ass. That's literally like just programming 3-4 different games in one.
Because ultimately, switching from top-down to side view in space is just a matter of rotating your ship.
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically the same kind of movements, just kind of like thinking about them differently.
Isometric, that's going to be a whole other ballgame.
Yeah, because that's pseudo 3D at that point. I'm not even sure what the hell you would do with that in Unity. Would you just tie it to 3D objects and just let her rip, or what? I mean, that has its own complications for sure, but I really don't know what I would do there. That's a whole other complication. Well,
Yeah, it's zone X check, yeah.
yeah, I was gonna say, not for me to figure out, I guess. So, Godspeed.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about if you want to, what the person is proposing with like raycast and whatnot.
You can raycast the bullet, but it has no volume, so I wouldn't do it that way. I would just let Unity's physics take care of it. You know, just like if you just need a basic space shooter setup, you can have just the walls just be lethal, and then whenever you detect a collision to a wall, you just kill the ship, and then whenever you detect a bullet colliding with the enemy, you do damage, and then whenever the enemy bullet collides with you, you take damage, and then that's pretty much it. I mean, that's kind of all you really need for that, and there's nothing really too complicated there. You don't have to worry about like traversing the environment, because every contact on solid ground is lethal at that point. Death JDSTN. I don't know if that's supposed to pronounce that. Hello though, welcome. And Solak says, well, the first part is I have to make sure levels work. So at the beginning, it's just your normal 2D Galaga Gradius 3 baby would score. I'll update the connection to the planet side later when I become more experienced. Yeah, well, good luck with that. It sounds like a tall order, especially if it's your first game. I always recommend doing something very simple first before I do something complicated. So maybe figure out the 2D shooting, and then whatever you learn on that might help inform you to do other stuff. But don't get too stuck on doing everything all at once. If you have to learn something and then start fresh with the knowledge of what you learned, that's okay too. That's just part of the process.
Mark, I want to point out that the restream bot actually cut that line off at the word planet on YouTube.
Really?
Yeah, it wasn't a complete message.
Oh, you know what? YouTube must have like a message limit then.
Yeah.
That's funny. But you can always here. That's a good chance to plug the Discord. Here's our Discord link. We log all the chat logs actually go to the Discord too, and the live stream chat channel. You can actually chat from there too. Actually, Variant X is, I think, and then so was Amber when she sent her message. Oh no, Variant X was on Discord, but now he's on Twitch. Well, anyway, whatever. You get the idea. But I think the full message comes through there all the time. So yeah, the whole message came in through there. So if anything ever gets cut off, you can always check it there. So yeah, everybody join the Discord. Hooray! Hello. Hey, someone did. Yeah. Hey, there. Solak did. Thank you. There we go. And Voorhees. I guess Jason must be a Jason.
Your early speak is very good, man.
Yeah. Oh no, he said it though, or well, I don't know if it's a he. So they said it earlier. Yeah. Hello, my name's Solak. I probably could have figured it out, but.
JDSTN is Jadestone.
Yeah, I did see that. I just haven't been able to work it into conversation yet, but I did say that. Yeah, JDSTN, Jadestone. And then Solak says, hey, you want to talk about Tall Order before I die? I want to create the Oasis from Ready Player One. I have not watched Ready Player One nor read it, so I don't know about that. So Jadestone says, I did too. Oh, I'm Voorhees on there. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay, cool. Welcome.
Anyway, Mark.
Yes.
I was just kind of thinking that regarding raycasting collision here. I don't think anyone else has ever done this reverse ray system we're doing. What's else you product?
I can't believe that, because it seems like such an obvious way to handle it. It's got to be how it kind of works on a lot of the back ends, but I think just a lot of people just don't talk about it. Because whenever you look up like how to do platforming in Unity, it's either here's how to set up a crappy physics-based platformer that feels like shit. And then the other side of it
is good luck.
Yeah, good luck. Nobody's talking about it. No, nobody's talking about it at all. Now, I know you can get like physics programming books and stuff, but you would expect there to be some kind of YouTube tutorial about this kind of shit. Most of the time, the physics books and stuff, they're just like, oh, this is how you detect a collision or something. But they don't usually tell you like how to apply it. They just kind of figure that you know how to do it or something. I don't know. But I hate reading because I'm a stupid American, so I didn't find a YouTube tutorial, so we just went and made our own.
Well, the thing is, the reverse rays, you kind of came up with that out of a necessity on how to deal with larger colliders hitting each other.
Yeah, and while we did develop that without prior knowledge to anything, I just can't imagine that it's not used. It's such a simple solution. So what Tim's talking about here is if you have two objects walking or moving toward each other. So like you've got, hey, who's that? I can't check at the moment. Let me look. Oh, Jadestone. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. So say that you are the green, not square, rectangle.
Well, also remember that we came up with a system of analyzing Mario on the Wii.
Yes. So say you're moving this way, right? And we shoot raycasts from the points here to take a look at what's in front of us. But here, these raycasts won't hit this point, and you could shoot 100 raycasts, and you will never still get this exact point because, you know, you can keep shooting them, but the precision is infinite. This goes down to like infinite space, so you'll never be able to shoot a ray exactly on that point.
Yeah, so the problem is, if the shape you have right now, if it wasn't so big on the top, but like smaller, but the top corner never sees it, how would you detect it?
Yeah. So the solution we came up with, because this ray is kind of invalid, right? It's hitting this, like you're not going to stop here. You would, if you let this ray be the only thing that you detected the shape with, you would stop your collider here. But now you're inside this wall, like you're stuck. So we just said, okay, well, we'll just check like a box around where we're going. And then if something happens to overlap with that, which this does, you know, this shape does, then we'll just shoot backwards and say, oh, let's just shoot this way. And then if it hits it here, then we know we bumped into something along the way. So we shoot this ray, and then we shoot one backwards from whatever points. Now, realistically, all these ones will shoot backwards because, you know, they're kind of like this entire shape was in the way. You don't know which one is where. So you shoot them all backwards, and like, oh shit, we hit one. And
well,
then,
unless you do some mathematics, if the point is within the boundary.
I'm simplifying it, but yeah, I did actually end up doing that optimization. So we would say within the rectangle, is this point within the rectangle? And if it is, then you shoot it. If it isn't, then you don't bother. But yeah. So now you know. Oh, well, then I just need to move up to here, and then cool.
I think we had like an observation that in the Mario Wii game, Mark.
Yes.
We saw like Mario would stop on things that were super tiny, and we're like, huh?
Well,
or rather, we didn't see them do it ever.
No, the Wii one doesn't do this. The Wii one actually has a glitch here, where it doesn't let you do this. In fact, they may not be reverse raying. Yeah, they may not be using the reverse rays. They may actually just be shooting like rays like this, and then it was falling in between. And we noticed the levels never really let you do this, but when there was a sharp bend like this, Mario would actually go inside of it a little bit, and then he would get popped back out in a couple frames. So something funky was going on there.
That was made us think, how can we solve for this?
Yeah, the Wii U version fixed that. That's what we noticed.
Oh, really?
The Wii U one actually fixed that glitch. But it was the new Super Mario Bros. Wii was where I first observed, because it was a rotating circle, and the circle had a cutout. So it was like, I'm just gonna draw it like
Pac-Man, or
yeah, it was kind of a Pac-Man thing. Or I think what it was is there was like a pipe in here, And then what would happen is that there was like ground here or something. It was some shit like that. And then so this was rotating around. And I noticed that when it was down here, Mario could actually walk into it briefly. And then he would get pushed back out as it rotated up. And it was a little weird because he was actually jitter against it. Like he would be moving back and forth really quickly. I think that's what we observed. And that's what made me think, oh shit, maybe they're not actually doing a reverse right check. Maybe they were actually just checking like every so many distances. And then, you know, that would cause the jitter for sure, because this point would eventually, as it's being rotated up, it would hit here, 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 and here, but it would not hit in between. So that's only speculation, but there was definitely something funky going on there. You know, and it wasn't a funky Kong, it was just funky.
But you're thinking they probably used a bunch of raycons to cover the gaps, but not enough.
I think so, and I've seen other platforming projects suggest to do that, and just to say, fuck it, you don't need that kind of precision, just do it this way. But I don't subscribe to that. I don't think that's the right way to do it, because then you get those weird jittery things. I want something that works, you know, a bit better. So
yeah,
you know, let's see, let me catch up on chat here for a second. I got a question. Gendo Scrubs, thanks for the site, by the way. Everyone else, just, I've asked for help before, assumed I wanted them to fix it for me, or for them to show me what was going on. What you sent me to is more helpful than what the others have done. Thanks. Well, you're welcome. I'm glad. There's only so much I can do here. Like you said, I just can't like do it for you. You know, it would take up hours of time, and who knows, like without seeing what you have going on, sometimes, you know, it's very difficult to troubleshoot things. But you know, if there's something I can do, I like to do it at least. So I appreciate that.
Have you seen any sort of tutorials for Unity physics to help here as well?
In regards to what?
Just collision in general.
I have seen some with using the automatic physics to, like, oh, here's how you take a capsule collider and, you know, tell it to move by applying force and stuff.
Like that one where the one about the platforming. Minus one, that's right.
The one about the platforming. Oh, there was a raycast version of platforming, but it did not have our center point system, so it really didn't solve our issues.
No, I mean for other people just to get started and things.
Yeah, there are some things out there for the integrated physics and for basic raycast movement, but well, we didn't like them because, you know, you got caught in the corners and shit, and like it kind of worked, but it didn't feel very good to play. And,
but I mean, for a basic space shooter.
Oh, for a space shooter, I'm sure there's 100 tutorials out there for space shooters. I guarantee it. But because they're very simple, as long as you don't need like actual terrain navigation, if it's just touch mountain and die, you know, touch the wall and die, you don't have to do much for that. You just check the collision. On collision enter, did we hit solid ground? Yeah, okay, blow the ship up. That's it. Like, it's super easy.
Can you link the on collision enter page, right?
Yes, I linked that to Solak. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess the basic gist is, if the page is too complicated, you can search for the concept in a YouTube video, see if you can get any.
Yeah, that's essentially what I tried to communicate. Yeah. I say just check, you know, how to do Unity collision, and there's probably 8 million. Like, I can Google it right now. Let's see, YouTube. Unity collision 2D.
Just because the
there you go, right there.
The documentation might sometimes be a bit too obtuse for.
Oh wait, it is to a degree, but at least that one I think has a pretty decent example and explanation. I've read that article a couple times before, so I was okay giving that one out in a reference. But yeah, some of them are pretty obtuse for sure. But Unity, it's hit or miss. It's hit or miss. Depends on the system. But yeah, simple collisions. Just look up Unity Collision 2D, and then you'll get the gist of it if you need more help. So it's pretty. Code Monkey is pretty good.
Which one is that?
Oh, this one here. this guy, Code Monkey. He's pretty good.
Okay.
He can get a little technical sometimes, which is fine. I like that, but not on. Not everybody likes that. Unity themselves has a collision tutorial, which usually those
the other
are
thing
pretty
is,
alright.
the other thing is, you did give an answer that's technically correct, but it might go a bit too fast for someone to grasp
Yeah.
in one go.
Yeah. There's one tile map collisions. Yeah, you just want basic collisions. So like, how to detect collisions and C# using colliders. This one's probably the one that you want to try. This looks basically what you want. You want a space shooter, right? Yeah, that looks basically it. So, you know, whatever.
One.
Yeah. But anyway. So,
Okay. Anyway, back to my question about raycasting here.
Okay.
Mark.
Yep.
In the case where you're barely missing or hitting it, what do we do on a hit?
Oh, over here?
Yeah.
I don't know exactly yet. We had varying opinions on this, and since our collision system has
Also,
changed...
I meant the leftmost ones. The leftmost one.
Oh, this one here, where you miss it.
Yeah, where you miss it or you might hit it.
I don't know. I actually have no clue.
Because if you miss it, right, we're just gonna fly past it and that's it. A miss is a miss.
Yeah, unless you're close enough to Schrodinger into it, in which case I don't know what would happen at that point.
But if it's a single step, that would be a miss.
It would be a miss, yeah.
Now, set a reverse race fire and they also miss. It's a miss. You fly past it.
Oh yeah, that was the other thing we're having, where the reverse rays, because of floating point precision, could actually even fire on the same coordinate and still miss each other.
Oh yeah, I mean, if it's that close enough, I doubt it.
No, we have observed it. It has happened.
What I'm wondering about, though, is if we do get a hit on here.
Well then, yeah, if either of them hit, then I guess you would take action.
What is the action, is my question.
Hold on, let me draw this. So this is what I was talking about here. That if you shoot like that. Oh, let me actually... Hold on. Let me draw this a little farther in, just to make sure the example is understood here. And let me erase the wings on here. So if we're moving that far, right, we move up this way, and then we should hit. Sometimes, even though they're this close, it does not hit. The floating point math is just off by a fucking epsilon, and it's like, nope, didn't see this, and this one's like, nope, didn't see this, and it's like, sweet, we can move, and now you're inside the fucking point, and it's disastrous.
Yeah, so what I was thinking about, I think we discussed in the previous version of the project, I think we had the stimulus system installed. We'd have to jump to some end of a line. But we have decided now that in spikes like this, the endpoints of an actual line are on opposite side of each other. So you have the bottom surface and the top surface, right? Each has those warp points that we made. But they're pretty much on opposite end of the spectrum.
Okay.
So there's two things we can do. Either we just leave it up to chance which surfaces actually hit, and we just correct to the endpoint of the line.
Yeah, that would be in this case where we get close enough, right? And we don't know, because now we're zoomed in like really hard here, let's say, but if you hit it right in the middle here, Unity just kind of flips a coin. Sometimes you're over here, sometimes you're over here. And yeah, what do? We don't know. So yeah, we would take a radius here. We hit close enough to the point and say, oh, well, it's ambiguous, so we're gonna make a decision for our character to either put him here or wherever.
Yeah.
We also determined maybe we could do a point in the middle, but we don't have that functionality anymore. It's a little hazy.
Yeah. So the point in the middle, I think, is really a safe bet, where it's like you just go there, and then from wherever you want to go from there, you can simply proceed with ease. There's nothing impeding.
Yeah, I guess you could check both the both the points here, right? And you could say, oh, okay, well, we hit here close enough, and we could say, well, maybe this one is a ceiling. We don't want to do that, but this one's a wall. Let's say then we're gonna go right now because a wall's easier to traverse than a ceiling or whatever. You know, make some kind of intelligent decision based on what these two surfaces
you can or can't do.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot to do with in previous attempts when we did this. Is like what part of your card actually hit it, because if you hit it with the left side, going left is nonsense because you're putting your glider into the wall.
Yeah, let's just say it's like this, right? So this is clearly a ceiling. This is clearly a ceiling. This is clearly a wall. Well, not clearly, but let's just say it is.
Say they're both ceilings, you know?
Yeah.
You're trying to ceiling cling. Trying to go left with that bottom left corner is just asking for trouble.
Potentially, yeah.
Because the rest of your body is to the right. That's kind of how
I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's true too, right? Yeah, that's true. So you would say, I guess, if the character, well, we tried that too, right? We tried to make a solid line.
It was tricky.
We tried to see which side it was on. Yeah.
And that was really tricky. So I'm thinking, what if we just leave it a chance? What would happen right now?
Well, like, since we have a skin width, it could potentially solve some of that.
Yeah, so say we hit the point, and the point just gives you one line back, either left or right, we don't really know, it's a guessing game.
Yeah.
It's a coin toss.
Because if the skin width is big enough, like this, then, like, it kind of doesn't matter, we'll get knocked to the skin width, and we can move left or right if we want to, and then we're not impeded.
In that zero hit, no, sorry, not zero hit, the non-zero hit, would we move towards point first, or would we move to one of these skin width ends?
If we hit on the right side and we were told to move left, we would move to this point first, and then we'd move on our way. You know, if we moved right, then we would just move towards this point, and that would work.
How do you until you decide that? Just because you're moving left or right already?
No, not necessarily, but whenever you hit here, you'd be assigned to be pushed out to the skin width, right? And so you've got a little free way.
That's where one of the problems is presented. Because if you hit it from the left side, and where you were going right, it could essentially assign an endpoint of the line somewhere behind the collider.
Potentially.
So you'd be passing through the point. With your entire movement.
Maybe. Yeah, that's why I say we might have to make a more intelligent decision based on the data.
But reverse race would catch it.
Potentially.
I mean, unless you're clipping the point, 2 points are clipping each other, then maybe not. But if the whole volume of your shape is there, then yeah. Say go to the left example. The left example where you have the things very sliding past each other.
Yeah.
So say we did hit the top side in that rate check.
Oh, you hit. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, you should not be able to hit this, but it could potentially happen. Yeah.
Yeah. So now it's assigning the top leftmost endpoint of that line as your new coordinate, while you're still below the collider.
Yeah, you're right. So it will tell you that you're supposed to walk this line, even though you're down here. Yeah, and you'll attempt to go this way, and then whoops, you smack into this. Well, I mean, it will readjust automatically. It will hit the ceiling, and then you'll just stop.
Yeah, the reverse will catch it. But this is a problem. I'm kind of wondering.
Maybe.
Like, do we not need to adjust for this, or would it automatically do it?
It would automatically handle it. I just don't know if the way that it handles it would be a way that is good for the player. But
yeah, because this is technically a misassigned direction.
Yeah, it would, but then it would just tell you to move along this line, but then you would just hit here, and it'd be like, oh, you hit a ceiling, okay, and then that's it, then I guess you fall down. And that might be okay.
I mean, that's part where I think in previous attempts, we decided to give it some implicit directionality, where it's like, oh yeah, this other line is behind the other line, and we're going this direction.
Right,
so
and we would say, oh yeah, you shouldn't do that one.
Technically, the other one takes priority.
Yeah.
I think we tried the angle checks, like we're going in this direction, and the other line has a closer angle to us. That one wins. That's what we did. See what I mean? So it's like the sharpest one is the closest to you.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't know if we have enough data yet to make an intelligent decision
Well,
on this.
in this case, it could simply be without even having to check angles. Where is your designated line endpoint? Which one of those 4 line indexes is closest?
Well, the other thing too, you can extrapolate from here is the fact that you have a corner point interacting and having detected a floor, which is impossible. So maybe just the fact that it's a floor, you're like, I guess we don't attach to that. That doesn't make sense.
Sure, but if you switch to 360 mode, we do need to account for it. For things.
I don't know.
For the player, that's logical, but for anything that's not a player, that's moving freely without any sense of gravity, it might not be.
It would still detect that it's a ceiling or a floor. It would just, not fall down with gravity.
Well, if we establish those ranges, yeah.
But yeah, like a corner point here could at best see a wall to the left, and at best see a ceiling to the top.
Yeah, and a wall still present issues because you'd be sliding across them wrong.
Yeah, but as soon as something goes this diagonal, it's the right one's going to hit first, and you'll never hit the left one. So, this problem, because a 4 would be down, you'd never be able to get a 4 in this range.
Yeah,
so,
it's just the walls that are a problem.
Yeah, you could just say, well, it was a 4, well, that's an invalid result because it was a corner point.
Unless we have some extra nuance where it's like we have a wall ceiling and a wall floor. Where they're closer to one range than the other.
Well, in that case, you would take this. In this particular case, for this particular point, you would say that the ceiling would take priority because that's between the options of floor and ceiling. You could only take a ceiling with that corner point.
Yeah, but now imagine having a regular shape and no gravity. We'd still need to make the right decision.
A regular shape and no gravity.
Yeah, like the weird star collider we had in the other.
Maybe? Yeah, I guess if we don't have an implicit, it's not a box, we don't know what the direction is.
So my proposal here is, you have 2 potential lines that can be drawn, right? And each of those have an extended line endpoint somewhere.
Yes.
So it's a little out from the actual point. And it's a little to the side because it's the extended schema. Yeah, so of those 4 points you're finding, shouldn't the line you're going with be the one that has the point closest to you, movement, to your starting point?
The end point that's closest to your starting point?
The line points, the indexes?
Yeah.
Counted from the skin width version of it. Which one of those is closest to you? Because when we don't have skin width, we simply have 1 point. But with a skin width system, we now have 2 points, so we can distinguish up and down. So draw it there, where those endpoints would be, and you can see what I mean.
Okay, let me undo some of the markup here. So
yeah, it's a bit busy.
one line would be here, and one line would be here, essentially. So point here, and then these ones on these ends. Now maybe that wasn't drawn the way that you needed it to be. So let me shorten them a little bit. So we've got one here, and we've got
it's fine.
one
It's fine though. Even if it's an extreme case, it's fine. And then you make a straight line between those points, right?
I guess so.
As the warp.
Yeah, that would be the warp path.
So based on proximity to the thing raycasting and making the hit, would the bottom left line not always win then? If you make that check.
I guess. I don't know. Kind of depends. I was wondering if perhaps we could tell the character to move between the warp. Move to the center of the warp, and then make a determination on which one it thinks it should go the next time it.
Well, in
attempts
this
to
case,
move.
if you make the hit, and you do a check between how far away you are, the bottommost skimmet point is closer than the top right skimmet point.
Oh, like if we're talking about its proximity to the collider itself, yeah, I guess it would be closer.
Yeah.
I don't know if that would always work out, but it.
So it seems safer to
essentially
follow
does.
that line.
I guess.
Yeah. The only question is if you're already in the skimmet range. But unless you've passed the point already, you're always going to be closer to the bottom one. Unless
Well,
you've passed the
that's
spike itself.
true. What if you've already passed that point? It would technically be closer still.
And if
So
you're
here-
above it, you either shouldn't detect it or, you know, you should go to the right one.
I'm gonna draw a more zoomed in version of this, just to kind of prove the point.
Yeah, so I feel like the system might actually catch it automatically if you just check that distance.
Here's where I think the distance fails, though. So say we're moving up, right? And I'm gonna use a third color here to be a little more clear. Oh, from here to here, we got that, right? And from here to here, we've got this. I don't know. I guess it kind of depends, but I'm kind of
Yes.
worried. Oh yeah, like what if you're down here? Yeah, hold on. Let me change this a little bit so that you're
But here's
down
the thing.
here. Yeah.
In this scenario, your corner should have already passed that spike, so it would never detect.
What? No, it's before the spike. It could potentially detect it here. It's
Yeah,
right
so it needs
lined
to
up
correct
with
back. It would need to correct back down.
I guess it would.
And that's where I think the magic comes in, is that if you have reverse race, the spike itself is going to detect any problems of you getting too close to it.
If you're directly under it. Here, it's like a close miss, but yeah.
So if you get redirected on the bottom line, then the reverse rate takes over. It's like, nah, you're not doing this.
Hmm.
I think that makes sense.
Hey Tim, it's your favorite Mega Man X final stage theme playing right now. It's your favorite one.
Final weapon. Oh yeah.
I'm sorry, I had to.
Is it the one that plays during rematches?
What's that?
Is it the one that plays during rematches?
No, actually it's not. So I guess, wait, is it?
It's not.
I don't know.
I mean,
I'm
Final
not
Weapon
sure.
has 3 stages, right?
It does. Well, you have the spaceport. That's got its own song. Then you have two stages with this theme in it. I don't know about the last one. I can't remember now. It's possible that it might be.
I mean, the last one is the worst one. It's the bad one.
Yeah. Well, it says Final Weapon Stage 2. Hold on, let me... What? Rockman X4. Let's see what we got.
Also, Mark, on that distance check, the other 2 indexes, of course, are going to be so far away, not going to be a problem. Unless you have a really regular shape.
Let's see. Final Weapon Stage 1 is this one. Okay,
That would mean
that's the
just-
spaceport. That's the spaceport theme. So let's see. Then what is? Let me
Then
do
stage
it
2 is just the rest of Final Weapon.
Yeah, that's the. I think Final Weapon stages 2 and 3 have stage 2's theme. Let's see. And there's Double
Yeah.
Iris Sigma second. Yeah, that must be the theme that plays during rematches. You don't think
Oh,
of
wow.
it too much, I think, because most of the time you're hearing the battle music. But I
Yeah.
think between the two, that would be the theme that you would hear.
I think the PTSD is on the boss battle music,
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
particularly Sigmas.
Yeah. If you're new here and you don't know, Tim and I we raced Mega Man X4 and he got caught on the last part with the rematches in Sigma to the point that I lapped him, switched to 0, and then no, I was 0. He was X, and I had beaten the game and restarted the game with X and got to the end before he beat it. I apologize. That was gloating.
I know, but
I know. It was kind of funny though. You have to admit, it was. It was
I mean,
kinda
if you
funny.
want to be truthful, it happens twice.
Did it happen twice?
Yeah, you also did the reverse, where you were acting the 0 one.
Yeah, but I think you actually beat it before I got to the end at that point.
Oh,
And that
barely.
was- Yeah, but still, you still got it though. You still got it. I'll give you that.
So I think if you can just filter, I mean, if you check the endpoints and you have some weird regular shape going downward, you might get a problem.
Yeah, if you got a spike like this, I think that this
is
would
fine.
be, yeah. You might want to check it here. What you want to do, but like if you've got this, it feels like it kind of takes care of itself. I don't know.
Yeah, the problem is in the valleys, which would have those crossed over endpoints.
Yeah,
But
but
then
you
there's
you
not
wouldn't.
a big deal.
Yeah, because since you have volume on the character, it will just collide wherever it collides on the points, and that's it. You,
Yeah,
you
valleys
never
aren't
get
that
into the
bad.
valley.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah.
So the crossover points are only in the valleys, and you don't get in there, I guess,
Right. Right.
unless you're really trying.
Right,
Really short
right.
glider somehow. So yeah, my pointer is, if you check the line endpoints here, the one on the far end needs to be excluded somehow.
Hmm.
You wanna redirect first toward the line endpoint and then take the line. Is what I'm
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah.
So you would
I
have
think
to
you should, yeah.
you would have to compare the two skin width points that are attached to the same spike, and not the other two. And I think if you choose the bottom line in this case, because it's closer, it's always going to be a correct result. And if that leads you into the spike, well, the reverse ray kicks you out.
Hmm.
But even then, if you have the reverse ray system, right? What do we do if a reverse ray hits you? What line side are we choosing? Or is yours done?
No, we would still have to choose it, but that's a good question. I'm not really sure. It would stop you, at least from advancing, but then you'd
Yeah,
have to
'cause-
figure out which one you're on.
Because an actual ray cast from the player to the spike there
That's a good
is
point.
basically a coin toss, right?
Yeah,
But a reverse ray hitting you has no data on what line it's attached to.
that's true, because it's between the lines, so I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
Uh,
Maybe we
and-
could use the same system to decide that.
Potentially, yeah. I got a chat message, hold on. Wack says, okay, I started my AI script, not sure if this is the right way to start what I want to make, but I'm hoping it's a good way to build a protector AI where the enemy tracks the bullet and destroys itself to save an ally. Okay. Is there a way I can send the script your way to see if I'm on the right track? That goes beyond what I can do on a stream. That goes into the territory of, if you want to hire me as a consultant, we can certainly go that route. But to be perfectly frank, I don't think you're at the point where you need that kind of level of help yet. I think you should experiment with what you have and just kind of play around and have fun with it, and then don't worry so much about it. You know, if you get really serious about the project and you need professional help, then you can come knocking, and that's what I would recommend, that if you want my help as a paid service, that would be the point which you would do it. But it would be much cheaper for you to learn by just experimenting and kind of looking up tutorials and shit. I mean, I'd perfectly be happy to take your money, but I'm telling you right now, it would probably benefit you more to just look up tutorials and try to mess around with it, experiment, and have fun with it. I don't
And the
think
thing is,
you're
if
at the point
one
for that.
tutorial doesn't work, just jump to the next one.
Yeah, that's true. That's the thing. Sometimes you have to watch out. Sometimes it's not what you're looking for, right? And then you just jump to one thing or another. But yeah, if you want me to actually like review code and shit, that runs into paid service territory for me, which I will do. I do paid consulting and review and technical consultant. But yeah, as much as I would love the money, I'd feel bad about taking your money if you're at that stage where you're still earning stuff like that, because then it's like, I don't know. To me, I feel like that would be overkill. You know, I think you still have the opportunity to just kind of like chill and check tutorials and stuff, and like you don't really need to pay for that. You know what I mean? You can just kind of take it at your leisure.
Yeah, it's just kind of like an experimental phase.
Yeah.
Just find what works for you.
Yeah, exactly. So as much as it loses me money potentially, I would still recommend, you know, try to just experiment and have fun with it, and don't worry so much about it. You still got a lot of time. Yeah.
Is that track chosen by random, or did you do it on purpose?
Oh no, I have a playlist set up. This one's actually a structured playlist.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
X7. Never mind. Not X4.
well, it was X4 at first, but it just changed to X7.
Oh,
so
okay.
I have
first.
Yeah, I put a whole bunch of the final stages together. So like the Zero Stage 1, Sigma Palace 1 and 2 from Maverick Hunter, then the Doppler stage, and then Zero Stage 2, Gates Laboratory, Final Weapon 2, Crimson Palace, and then then I do the battle track. So I've got Sigma from X4 round 1, then X7, and then Sigma second from X6, but that's a really good one. Remix of the first theme. Then
I'm sort of thinking about this, Mark. With the way we did the schema extension, if we always choose the one closest to the ray origin, then we need to step toward that point first and then continue our direction.
Correct. Yeah, you would have to.
So
it'd essentially be a warp step in some ways.
Yeah. So
you got to make sure you get to it.
If we then reduce the remaining mecha and just continue forward the next micro step, we should be able to walk past the point in most cases.
Yeah,
unless it's angled above the player to be where you can theoretically detect both sides, like at the right example.
Yeah, I think you would have to. What I would do is I would make sure that once you make a decision on where to go, what point to warp toward, you would have to force it to reach that destination in the same way that we do a point warp. Because otherwise, you don't want to get stuck in sort of a transient state there and be like halfway. You want to at least get to one of the points, and then you can stop. If, say, there's not enough momentum to get there
so
naturally.
Here's my thought on the matter. With the way things are right now, in your left mode example, I believe that you should walk to the point and then continue your upwards direction and then completely bypass the spike. So you should be walked to a point but not take the line attached to it.
Why?
Because you're still going up, right?
If you're gonna warp to the point, I think you're at that point you're on that surface.
Well, I mean, if you would hit it, you're taking to the left of the, on the left side going right.
I don't see any reason to go to the point and then try to continue to go up from there.
Well, what I'm saying, your player wants to go up, not left.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, if you hit a ceiling, if you're jumping and you hit a ceiling, then, you know, the ceiling will override your up, and you're like, oh, you're not jumping anymore.
Or you stop.
Yeah, or you just stop. If it's
but technically, by warping to the point, you've already cleared the collider. So you could proceed up.
Not in every case, I guess. Sort of. I don't know.
I mean, if you're jumping, you shouldn't be snagging on this, right?
Well, maybe.
I'm just wondering, is visually, would you feel like you would snag on it, or do you feel like you should barely past it?
Visually, it'd be like 2/100ths of a pixel, so...
Well, either way, they're right on top of each other, so...
Yeah, I don't know.
How does a player read this? This is read as, you're so close, I should, you know, hit it all the time, or we're so close, but not close enough, we should bypass it.
Well, I will say that in Mario games, I don't know about Mega Man games, but in Mario games, if you are close to an edge, you will actually get pushed away and pushed around it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're doing right now. You're pushing around it. By taking that skimlet line.
Yeah, I mean,
it's extended.
My only issue with it is, this is why I think it's negligible either way, because that effect will only take place within, like, maybe 500 hundredths of a pixel anyway. So whether you actually are a pixel under or not is visually indistinguishable. So to the player, it really wouldn't make a difference.
I mean, it could happen though. It could look like you're not on that point in the pixel grid. Then you jump and you hit it. Like, huh?
I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those cases where we need to check at the actual resolution involved, or what happened.
Well, if you want to do that, and say, and I'm gonna draw this in a way that's a little less like things colliding, but say you
remember,
do this,
we're taking
right?
this infinite resolution thing and collapsing it to pixels.
Yeah, let's just say that, you know, for whatever, the player would be much bigger than this, but I don't want it to be off the fucking screen. So say that you hit here, right? And then you're like, well, in this case, technically you should just stay on the bottom. I think we can both agree on that. You're close enough to the bottom. Looks like you should stay on the bottom.
Yeah, but I mean, if you zoom that out, hitting 2 pixels to the right or 2 pixels to the left would still be the same.
Yeah,
pixel.
like if you zoom this out like really hard, like you can't really tell, right? But here's the thing. What I would say to you, I think that this detection is somewhat irrelevant, what we do here, because I would say at this point where you are even like 1 or 2 pixels under here, we may want to consider the appropriate action is to move to the right and then up, even visually.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
But that has nothing to do with your proximity to the point. You could be way past that potential.
What I'm saying is
point at that point. So it would be a behavior programmed into the player controller to know that if we are close enough to the edge, we need to go around it.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. If we check like a radius maybe half a pixel, something like that, we would prevent players from thinking they should bypass it, but they still hit it.
Well, my point is that we don't do it based on like a radius that way.
Okay.
That it would not be the same system as whatever fixes this shit. It would be a system on top of that would analyze the situation and be like, oh, you're close enough, so we need to snake around this. But it would not have anything to do with what determines which surface we take. So it would be an additional step on top of that.
Yeah, but I mean, in this example that you're showing, probably minutes ago, damn it, delay.
Chat asks, what is the issue you guys are having?
Yeah, that's funny.
Math goes burr, and we don't go burr yet. We need to go burr.
The issue we're having, floating points.
Yeah. Since you're new to programming, this may not seem obvious to you, but the way that computers do decimal math, and like specifically like Unity and stuff, it's not very accurate at the microscopic level. So we have to come up with other solutions to kind of prevent microscopic issues from happening. This is not what I was planning to work on today, but Tim kind of got off on it, so.
Yeah, but I think it's something we need to wonder about for a moment.
My personal opinion is that I don't think we need to think about it yet. I really don't.
Yeah.
I think that we don't have enough data, and we're not far along yet to the point that I don't feel comfortable making an actual judgment on what to do in this situation. Because we don't even have the basics of volumetrics yet.
Yeah, so I just wanted to bring this to your attention, even without volumetrics.
Oh, I know it's a problem.
There's some sort of implicit directionality to what you're doing, based on this being a raycast glancing the point.
Is this a projectile? No, this would be the player. The rectangle is the player, and he's jumping and bumping his head on the ceiling is essentially what's going on. I would, honestly, we have an implicit direction here. I mean, we have normals, right? So we could say the normal of this surface is like in opposition to this, but the normal for this surface is not in opposition to it. Like this surface would never collide with this ray naturally because the normal wouldn't allow it. You'd have to be at least flat, if not slightly down, in order for this ray to potentially hit that.
Yeah. I mean, I think we've determined at least why the bottom line should always be the winner here. If we hit it.
I mean, visually it makes sense. I just don't know mathematically how you.
Yeah, mathematically we just have to find the logic behind the visuals we're seeing.
Well, how about this? How about this for the normal, which the normal is the direction going away from the surface. And here, I'll close it so it makes more sense. Normal is always a direction going away. I'm not telling you, Tim. I'm telling the audience so they know what we're talking about. It's a direction that faces away from the surface. But I would say that you would take the one that is in most direct opposition, so of the angle that you're going. So yeah, we're shooting up, right?
Yeah.
And this one is not in opposition. It's actually going our way, you know. So I'll just make the arrowhead here quick. But this one here is in direct opposition. Oh, hold on, I screwed up. It is pointing directly in our face. I would say that, you know, this would be the clear winner here because it is most in opposition to us. But if you had an example like this, you would say, here's the normal going this way, here's the normal going this way. Now, obviously, this one, say if we're going up still, we're going up and we're going to impact that point.
Yeah, here's where it gets tricky, especially if you've
no,
if
it's
you
not,
have
actually.
two the same angle. What about two the same angles and you're going straight up?
Well, here, let me get through this part first. This angle is objectively more in opposition to us than this angle is. This angle basically is going here, and this angle's essentially going here. There's less of a difference here. This one's in more of opposition to us, so I say take this one. You just do an angle comparison. Whoever's closest.
Right one, right? I'm reading.
This one here that I'm circling, this would be the winner.
Why?
Because it's in more opposition to the angle that we're going. It's the most obtrusive. You see what I'm saying? If this one's,
I agree with that example.
This one's opposing our direction harder than this one is.
Is it?
It is.
I mean, the one further out here will be more opposing, I think.
But we're not necessarily. I don't necessarily want to make a judgment based on like what route we should go, but more like mathematically what's easier and more solid to think about. I mean, realistically, if we hit this point, we're probably stopping anyway because these are both ceilings. But
I mean, not sure if I agree with what you describe as more in opposition.
Well, this angle has a harsher opposition to us because it's more aligned with the direction we're going in opposite.
Oh,
it's more opposite of what we're going. This one is less opposite of where we're going. There's less restriction here. So I would say that this one would be imposing more force like behind. So like say like in real physics, when we jump, we press into the ground, but the ground presses into us, and that's what makes us go. Well, that's what I think about opposing forces. You know?
Yeah, but I think you have to think about more about the rays on the player, the normals on the player itself too, how those fit in, and then you have the implicit shape of the volume of the object included.
I don't know. It sounds like it's getting a little complicated.
And that's the problem here. If you take the collider going to the right,
like if you've got a weird ass collider like this, or something,
just take a square. The same square you've been using all the while.
Okay.
Well, it goes to the right. Because based on that square, the left path is like, why would you do this?
Maybe
the square one's the right path because then it can just comfortably move along without getting caught on the ceiling.
I guess. I don't know if you can make an intelligent decision every time based on that, though.
Just thought it was interesting.
I think it only makes sense if our character is a rectangle at this point.
But it's funny though, if you do compare your logic now with your sides, your top side is in direct opposition with the left one, and your left side is in direct opposition with the right line. So which one directs your theory?
Solwak, what you have to do is you have to have like a player script on the player, and when the bullet collides with something, you have to check for those components. If you see a player script, then you do not activate the bullet's damage. If you see an enemy script, then you do have to activate the bullet's damage. You don't want your ship to be able to fire into itself, so it has to ignore it. There are other ways to potentially ignore collisions using different layers, but I think for where you are now, that would be the most simple thing. When you get a collision detection, that collision 2D object that gets passed through on the on-collision enter, that has information about what you hit. You can grab components off of those. So you do a get component, player controller, or whatever you call it, and be like, oh, it's a player? Well, shit, well, I don't want to do that. We're not going to do anything. If you get an enemy component, you do a get component with the enemy controller, you're like, oh yeah, I want to hit him because, you know, it's the enemy and I got the player bullet. That's the way you gotta think about it. Use the components as identifiers for what you're hitting. If you don't find what you need, you can boil it down to enemy. If you found an enemy script, do damage. If you don't find an enemy script, then ignore it. You don't even have to check for the player, just check to see if an enemy script is attached. The enemy script is attached? Cool, do your damage. If not, then just return and get the hell out of there. You know, don't take any action. And that will prevent you from your bullet hitting your player. You can use scripts as identifying features, even if they don't necessarily have to have like a lot of functionality. He says, well, no, or well, I don't know if it's he or she. They said, well, no, I fixed my issue, but I was asking... Earlier, Mark? What's that? You missed it.
They said earlier non-binary.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Oh,
you missed it,
oh, I guess I did miss it. I'm sorry. I guess they would be appropriate then, I think? I don't know. Well, I'll let them correct me. If they is inappropriate, I'll let them correct me. So... They said, well, no, I fixed my issue, but I was asking you guys, is there not a way you can make a line of code to take the distance between the player and the ceiling? That way you don't have to guess the distance. Computer... Well, that's what a raycast does. A raycast will get the distance. But then you'd have to do the mathematics yourself to find out, are you close to the endpoint? Or how far you're away from the surface and all that. But the raycast will give you most of that information. You can call me anything, but later for dinner. Okay, have a good one.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Fair enough. I like that. Easy going.
So Mark, what I'm trying to get at here, based on your volume of your shape, right? You have a normal going up and a normal going left attached to that point.
Oh.
Amber's sitting here. I'm like, she put her hand on my shoulder. I'm like, whoa, that's cold. Were you outside?
Yeah, I went downstairs. I was hungry, so I went and got a frozen pizza from my mom's house. She lives next door, guys.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Alright. I was gonna say, I can warm your hands up if you want.
Oh.
There you go. Alright, Tim, what were you saying?
So I was saying, if you look at the shape of the your actual collider, you have a shape with a normal going up and a normal going left.
Yes.
And in this case, we know intuitively that we should be going right, because otherwise we're just going to hit the point indefinitely. For a smooth movement past this, we should be going right.
I mean, that could be okay too, depending on which way your walk momentum is.
Well, I'm saying this is straight up, so there's no choice here.
What platform do you want to get the Capcom Fighting Collection on?
You know, that's a good point. I don't know. Well, right now... Oh yeah, this thing? this thing that captures the video, fucking fried. It's done.
Oh.
So, if I wanted to stream it right now, I'd have to get it on PC. But, I'm just gonna have to order another one of these. I don't think there's anything I can do with it.
PlayStation 4 it is.
No! It would be so hard to bring it over. I wouldn't mind getting the collection on Switch, though. Is it on Switch?
I don't know.
I would imagine so.
Look, I just play PlayStation, babe. I'm one of them types. So
Let me research it to make sure there's no like significant version difference between them, and then we can pick from there. If it's not good for Switch, then PlayStation is fine. I'm not too hard up about getting it for PC. I'll probably have to at some point to study it, but then it'd be hard for you to play. So I'd rather us be able to play it first, and then I can study it at my leisure some other time. Or if Tim gets it, then I can just, use his family share like a hobo and just play it on there.
Hey Tim, today's our anniversary. Get us a gift.
No. You don't have
He got turtles for PC.
No, I'm just screwing with you, Tim. But it really is our anniversary, but you don't gotta get us.
Yeah.
You can play 5 and 7 on PC.
I can play what on PC?
You can play 5 and 7.
Oh, Final Fantasy 7. Oh yeah,
and Fire Report.
You got Final Fantasy 7 Remake.
Yay!
We can play that.
I don't think she can handle it. Maybe.
I can set it up for her and let her play what she wants.
I mean, I'm not sure if your machine is good enough to handle
Every time I
it.
see him, I'm like, "How you doing, bud?" And he's like, "Final Fantasy 7 Remake." Like, all right, good for you. I'm glad you got something good in your life.
I mean, it's been out on PC, but you had to have the Epic Game Store to get it for like a whole year. And now it's on Steam, so Tim got it on Steam.
I mean, did you see it in the library?
I think you told me to look for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know if I have space to install it, but that's a whole other thing. Solak says I have $9 on Steam. I'll buy you guys something. No, you don't need to buy us anything. That's fine.
No, you don't.
That's fine.
Thank you,
I appreciate it though.
Yeah, we're just joking.
I appreciate it.
But,
I don't know. What is it? It's probably 30 though, right?
It's 40.
40?
Capcom Fighting Collection.
40? Really?
Well, yeah, I looked it up. I was
expensive.
this close to hit
That is.
check out on the PlayStation Store, but then I was like, nah, let's see what he wants it on.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. Yeah, let me do a little research on it to figure it out. I think the best platform for us to have it on would be Switch, because then we could just bring it anywhere, and you can play it wherever, and then, it's easier. But if there's a significant issue with the Switch, because sometimes these ports they don't perform so well on Switch, then we can get PS4. And and we'll do that. And then at some point later in the future, either Tim will get it or I'll just buy it on Steam, and then I can analyze it. There's nothing really there that I want to analyze like frame by frame yet, so.
Hey, you know what plays real good on Switch? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Shredder's Revenge.
Yeah, you did get it. We just haven't played it yet. I was thinking because you got tomorrow off, maybe we'll play it tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, I
It's
went
great,
through
Mark.
the first stage by myself just to get a feel for it, and it was really good.
Yeah, Tim said it's great.
Yeah, it's really good.
It looks good. I really want to try
Yeah,
it.
I played through the first stage as Donnie, my boy. Donnie and Mikey for life. Yeah, it was real good. Tempted to play as April, but I needed Donnie
Funny.
at that moment.
Yeah.
Just that
Funny, I
nostalgia.
just went through a rough VOD.
That was always my favorite because he was
Untrue.
smart.
You two are talking over each other. They can't hear each other.
Yeah, I mean, you can hear her.
Well, yeah, you can hear, but she can't. Here, hold on. I don't know if the speaker's plugged
No,
in.
it's fine. Like I gotta go to the bathroom and bake pizza.
There. Tim, say something.
Something.
There you go. Alright, turn it down so it doesn't get into my mic. But there you go. You
Don't
can
hug
hear
me.
him. Go ahead, you can talk to him now.
I said I just finished a Raphael Leonardo playthrough.
Oh, cool. How long is the game? How many stages?
60 stages.
16?
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's
Well, it
long.
has multiple endings.
Well, that's cool too.
Yeah, that too. The achievements
very
for like all the characters leveled up.
That's
Yeah.
very cool.
There's, I think, 7 characters before that I've seen.
Hmm.
Yep. You get 6 off the bat, and you can.
The 7th one is beat the game once.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the audio monitor. I'm wondering how much feedback this is causing, having you on the speaker instead. I can hear you.
Well,
pretty
I don't
good.
like it.
What's that?
I don't like it.
You don't like it? Why? Can you
I
hear
hate myself.
You can hear yourself. Uh-oh, okay, so yeah, so there's feedback then. I'll just have to go back to it.
That's
It's a heads
okay.
up.
I'm gonna go put anchovies on it and bake my pizza.
Oh no, you're putting anchovies on it?
Oh my god, fine, I'll do it on half.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just do
Oh,
that.
I've been dying for anchovies lately.
What kind of pizza is it?
It's just a 4-cheese Red Baron. Like, it's nothing fancy, I just...
Yeah, we don't have any toppings I would want to put
No,
on
we
it.
don't have really have anything you like.
Yeah, there's no
so-
spinach or anything what we have left.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just appreciate half of it plain then.
Alright.
If
Hey,
it's
Mark.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Mark,
Yeah?
didn't you need a musicians?
Did I what?
Didn't you need a musicians?
Oh,
WeChat.
eventually. Yeah, hold on. Let me. Yeah, hold on. Let's see. Let me switch back to my headset. Okay. Okay, I should be able to hear you now. And then you should not be able to hear yourself anymore.
Yay.
I'm sure you're referencing the chat. Joke or not, I was serious. Since my head injury, I have been a stay-at-home parent. So I made a job as a music producer since I have 11 years worth of music production. But like I have said, it's been hard to get into anything related to games without experience programming. And that's why I wanted to start learning programming. Yeah, I had the same problem when I first started. I was like, wow, I have all these really neat game design ideas. And then I'm like, all I need is a programmer. And the truth is, you'll never find someone to do it for you. It's just very rare that someone will want to work on your idea instead of their
I've
own
noticed.
idea. So that's
I've
what,
noticed.
Oh yeah. So that's what that was basically how I ended up in programming. I just figured, well, I gotta learn it myself then. No one's gonna do it for me. And here we are. So. And
Yeah, I am on my 1 week of C#.
yeah. I sent Tim on a 1 week crash course in C#. Tim's very scientifically minded, so he took to it very quickly. And now he can assist me on things, which is
Well,
really
lately
helpful.
I'm learning more. Is working on the VBA stuff with Excel.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's not like you don't do any programming, so it's, programming logic is something that travels from language to language. It's just figuring
Yeah,
out exactly
just
how
the language.
does itself, yeah. Now, some have more drastic differences than others. I would say VBA is very limiting compared to C#, so, for you using VBA and C# at the same time, some of the stuff won't cross over. But a lot of stuff will still, so it's all right. It's all right.
Just mostly getting a mindset in how to think about things, how to solve logic problems or
Yeah.
events.
Yeah.
But anyway, Mark, what I want to raise here, and to explain why I'm actually here, is just to set you straight on certain concepts, right?
Say that again?
Between us, we just need to work out these kind of concepts. Like what is the right move to make in this kind of case?
Yes. I'm just weary about
Yeah.
making a decision on this yet, because this is like 5
Yeah,
steps
yeah.
ahead of where we are, and I honestly confidently
I
can't
know.
say that I really know what we're going to be working with by the time we get here.
Yeah. I get that. That's fine. I just want to put it in your consciousness that these kind of things will crop up eventually again.
Yeah, I believe me, I didn't forget about this one.
Yeah.
This one's
So-
been bugging the shit out of me since we
ju-
observed it.
Yeah, I just had a thought about the bottom one. The bottommost one, where we're choosing the line side. We did try this before, right? Where it's like we try to discern the shape of the object, and then make a decision.
Yeah, I think
Because
we
the
got like
problem
a
is-
combined normal between the two or something. And
Because the problem is you're making a movement directly toward the point. No
Yeah.
matter how you're going, you're always going to make a move that's illegal based on the shape of your collider, not so much your movement. But even if you glance this thing, there's 2 steps here. First is the directionality you're moving at. So if you're moving against the collider, then yeah, your shape matters more. If you're glancing it, it doesn't matter so much. So it's a bit of a question. Because if you're going left and you're glancing it and you hit the point by accident, you shouldn't be going up, right? So there's a two-step process. How much in the direction of both lines are you going? And are both applicable in this case?
Yeah, I guess it kind of depends on whether or not these is like if they're both ceilings here or one ceiling and a wall too. Because
Yeah,
like if
but
they're
again-
both ceilings, it kind of really doesn't matter if you hit it like this, or if you hit it like this, or if you hit it like this, because you'll contact the ceiling point here, and you'll be stuck on an edge point until you make it to the left or the right. So you would just stick them to the edge point until they've cleared one side or the other, depending on whatever their left or right direction is.
Well, yeah. But that's where the edge system comes in.
Yeah, and
Right.
that kind of like, that solves this where they're both ceilings, but
Yeah, but the problem is,
it
of
won't
course, if you
solve the
have
ceiling and a wall scenario.
or a point-point collision.
Well, I guess if there's a wall, right? If there's wall, then you would just have the edge, because
Yeah.
you're on
But I would
there.
prefer not to handle this with wall, ceiling, floor distinctions, because those are somewhat imprecise and don't work.
I think that they can
Six space.
be a first level of detection to kind of
Maybe.
get us in the starting. I don't think that we might be able to rely on them completely, but I think in cases where it's like, well, they're both walls, we don't need to check anything further. We just know that it's
Yeah.
gonna, edge system's gonna take over and it's fine, just let it go. Or both ceilings, yeah, edge system's fine, let it go.
Like if you
where
can
there's
guarantee,
a ceiling and a
if you-
wall, then we can go to a more detailed subroutine.
Yeah, if you can guarantee, for example, that we have a player character that's set up for the floor, ceiling, wall distinction properly, and not like just maximum 360 mode, everything's floor.
But that
Then
would be only applicable to points, so that doesn't apply here because they're volumes.
yeah, you're saying if we put everything 360 mode or the setup is a bit awkward, you know,
Hmm.
then we can't always guarantee certain things.
Yeah.
But even in a properly set up player, yeah, that's logically set up, yeah, we can say you can't really transition from the top of your collider to a floor. That's just bogus. So yeah, you're right. You can do it as a first check.
Yeah.
But yeah, in some cases you need a much more nuanced check. So
Yeah,
You
because
go
this
left,
one
you go right.
really makes a difference whether we are orientated left, right, or center here. Because like you said, if you're orientated on the right, I mean, logically, you probably just want them to slip around and go this way. Now, I don't know if we could make an intelligent enough determination to do that,
I
or,
think you can.
well, and what's what I mean by or is the computational time to do so may not be,
Yeah.
pleasing
It's a
enough
one-time
to
thing,
bother.
though. It's a one-time thing,
That's true. That's true.
not a multi-step.
Yeah, in
Uh,
this case, yeah, but if you were on the left, if you're on the left side of it, then you would say, oh yeah, I want to take this route. I mean, I think there's some value in thinking that might be something we could potentially do.
Yeah. So what I wanted to get to, in the example on the left there, that you drew earlier, you have the right-facing collider. And we know
This one?
if this thing hit the one with the CC, with the
Yeah,
node.
yeah. Okay.
In this case, you know because your left corner point is hitting, you want to take the right line, otherwise you'll be bumping into the reverse rail forever.
Not necessarily. It depends on what your side momentum is.
Well, I'm saying if the line
But I
is
guess
like
if you
this,
don't have any, then yeah, you would just be bumping into it forever. If you're going
Yeah,
straight
but-
up, yeah, you'd just be bumping.
yeah, you don't want that. You want to be smooth about it, you know? Like it's a flow, a liquid flow kind of thing.
I see what you're saying, but if you're just 1 nanometer to the left in this,
Of course, it's also a behavior choice. If you want it to just stop on ceilings, no matter what they are, then stop. This is always
Yeah.
going to be a full stop.
if he's literally 1 nanometer to the left from this position, then he would just get caught on the ceiling. So, is there any logical reason to only specifically when you're exactly 100% aligned to do this subroutine to figure out where to go, or just stop him
Yeah.
because it visually you would need to
I mean,
zoom in 100
the ex-
times in order to even notice it.
I think because the 100% is because it's the middle. visually you don't know left or right. Whereas if you're a bit to the left, you see it. You know it.
Not necessarily. You could be a nanometer to the left and you definitely won't see that.
Well, that's why you discussed the radius thing, right?
Like 100th of a pixel. What's that?
That's why I discussed the radius around the point.
Oh,
Ah, or-
pat on you.
Shut up.
Rhino came over to punch you.
Abuse. Abuse.
Fight back.
Mark.
God damn it.
This is illegal.
Fight wife. Fight wife.
What, fight back?
Beyonce. No wife.
Yeah, I was gonna say wife to be. But that's the meme. What was it? It's was it fight? What is it? What's the meme?
It goes like, life good. Do something wife. Wife fight back. Kill wife. Empty.
Oh, ride wife.
Ride wife. There
Ride
you go.
wife. And wife fight back. But yeah, and then it's kill wife. No! Ow, 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 ow,
Wife
ow,
fight back.
ow,
Wife fight back.
Nice, focus.
You may have over a foot in height on me, but I have a lower center of gravity. Let's go.
Aw. No fight wife.
Okay.
Wife to be.
Me. Mark's JoJo height, everybody. He's 6'5".
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm 5'3".
that means all your weak points are reachable by her.
I'm tiny, but I enjoy potato chips too much.
He says that
thick.
means all my weak points are reachable by you.
Yeah.
That's very true. Very true.
Look, babe, we're not a good match here, okay? You know, I'm the guile to your Cammy.
Mark, you don't have the high ground. Well, you do, but it doesn't help you.
He says you don't have the high ground. He goes, wait, you do, but it doesn't help you. Yeah.
People who try sword fighting tell me that your legs get chopped off.
Yeah. Jeez. Star Wars. I don't even want to think about Star Wars.
Then don't. Think about that cool Djibouti dubs where they dubbed over the 90s Street Fighter cartoon.
Yeah. That was good.
But he has plus frames on Wake Up!
Yeah.
We'll call him Ernie. He'll be a $5 DLC. Evo Top 8 for sure. He's a grappler.
Hello, Poopy. What are you doing?
Oh my god, you're doing this again.
Shut up. Shut up. Oh, no. He didn't want to get picked up. He
Now
ran
he
away.
wants to go out. He doesn't understand there's coyotes.
Can't go out with the coyotes, son. They'll eat you right up.
If I could, like, strap a gun to his head or something.
Chat says that's funny. My fiance is 5'3" as well. She says we're fun-sized. Yeah, there you go. That works.
Hey, just because I buy, you know, children's mittens and shoes sometimes because they're cheaper and cuter. And they fit.
Yeah, I can't fit in that. Not me.
At my thinnest, I can still buy children's clothes.
There you go.
Mark, I would like to put in a formal request.
Yeah,
Use metric.
metric. Oh, for height, I have no idea how to convert it. I really don't.
I think Mark's 198 centimeters and I'm 161.
Thank you.
Let's see. Google, help us.
I'm pretty sure that's it.
Let's see. So 6.
6'5".
I'm 6 foot. Yeah, 6, 5.
That's the first top one.
2 cm. 195.58.
Oh, the 5'8's where I got it. Okay.
And then you're
5'3", should be
5,
161.
160. Close. Close. All right.
Well, that's 5.25, so go down there and click on it and put an even 3.
Or no, the decimal. The feet aren't. Inches don't. There's 12 inches in a foot, but this is between
Well, change
25
the-
out of 100.
Right, but
I have a
change
question,
foot
Mark.
to inches
It
and then
doesn't-
put 63.
Okay.
What do you guys do if you're between inches? You decimal it?
Yeah, you decimal the inch. I know it's fucked up. it's a base 12 with a base 10 point. Yeah, it's fucked up. How many inches was that?
63.
63. Same thing.
Oh,
160.
oh well.
160.02.
I almost got it. I'm almost figuring out your
It's,
fucking imperial whatever
I
system.
think
Europeans.
in the imperial system, yeah, sure.
Imperial system fucking sucks. It really does. It's so confusing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Empire.
Yeah, inches. 12 inches make a foot, but when you do a sub-inch, you do a base 10 point. You know, it's like, what the fuck?
Well, this is the dark side of measurement.
It
Don't
is.
you agree?
It really is.
Join the light side.
I really wish we would just adopt metric, because everything's base 10, everything's so good. It's like so easy. It's like, oh, what's a centimeter? Well, it's 100th of a meter. Well, what's a decameter? It's a 10th of a meter. Like, everything goes down by 10, and it's like, oh, so much easier.
I remember in 7th grade when they tried to teach us the metric system, all the boys just started using it to measure their wee-wees.
Yeah, the number is bigger, right?
Yeah!
There you go. Bigger number, baby. Let's go.
If that's what it requires, what's required for you to learn?
He said if that's what's required for you to learn, then so be it.
Look, Tim, you gotta meet us on our level if you want us to get on board with European education.
Gotta talk about hamburgers and wee-wees.
But Mark, imagine having to put in distances in your system into code.
What do you mean?
Like having to code with feet and inches instead of unit units.
Oh god, were you fucking insane? No, we're using unity units. I would
What's your
never.
metric?
I would never even attempt to do inches. Jesus Christ, it would just be
What's your
meters.
metric?
Oh yeah, I treat unity units kind of like metric. I think a lot of people treat one unity unit as a cubic meter. Let's see. Solak says, why be one side when you can be at a balance with both? Yeah, I've learned both of them. Now I have the power of dark and light. Yeah, very next. It's a real world application. It is. It is.
If John's wee-wee is the length of 1.5 Whoppers.
And there we go. We'll switch to the Burger King system.
Okay, we're on the BK system now, kids. You're 12 Whoppers tall, Jimmy.
The Burger Imperial system. How many Whoppers high are you?
Okay, how tall are you, Angela? 5'2"? Okay, sweetie, you're about 9.5 Whoppers then. We have to round up.
God. Mark.
Yeah.
Logic.
Yes.
I wanted to step through at least a simple proposal. If we take the normals of the lines attached to the player and compare that to those two normals, which one wins?
Wait, say that again?
If we compare the normals of the shape of the player to the normals of the surfaces we want to choose, which one wins?
Well, I guess you'd
So
have
we got a left facing normal and a top facing normal,
Yeah, you got these
which
two normals.
combines into a top left.
How many Whoppers?
which one is the most
Tell us
opposed
how many
now?
Whoppers.
How many Whoppers is that? I don't know, maybe like 2 across and about 3 or 4 tall.
We are
This
not
reminds me
doing
of the
Whopper
time that we were
factors.
talking
Come
about
on.
Wendy's to Tim.
No Whopper vectors, he says.
Oh, Tim, this is America, damn it. It's like the time we were talking to you about Wendy's, and we were like, yeah, Mark is like, yeah, I like that sandwich. It's got the onion jam on it. And Tim is like, what the hell is onion jam?
We'll turn anything into jam. Bacon jam? There's bacon jam.
Yeah, there's one with bacon jam, onion jam.
It's great.
Yeah.
Mark, so this results in a combined normal of the top left.
Yeah, I guess a combined normal would be this way. 45
So
degrees.
which we opposed to the right line, not the left line.
Yeah, you're right. It would be opposed to the right line. Sure.
So shape-wise, we need to go right. In this case. Now flip it.
If we're close enough to that point, then
Yeah. Now flip it, and you have to go left. Flip to the green thing.
so it would be this would be more in line with that. So you would say the smallest angle difference between the combined normal of this and whatever these two end up being. And
Yeah.
this one's the obvious winner here, and then for here it would just be this one.
I think that
almost
will be the
mirrors
intelligent way
that.
to do it, no matter what shape you have.
Maybe. It's 5 steps ahead, so I have no idea.
Yeah. This is just how it came to me. We're talking.
Yeah, it looks like it makes sense with these shapes. I just don't know if it will make sense with every shape.
Hey, it's not
Because
5 steps.
here's the
it's
thing,
7
Mark.
Whoppers.
What's that?
It's not 5 steps, it's 7 Whoppers.
No. I mean 5 5 procedural steps after this and instructions, not
Oh, okay.
Which is
not 5 feet forward, not 5 measure, not
okay.
distance, not distance.
which is about
In
7
that
Burger King
sense,
visits,
then
right?
It's 12 nuggets.
Yeah, there you go. What's that?
It's 7 Burger King visits.
Yeah, 7 Burger King visits. Yeah. There you go. That works. That works.
Don't tell
Yeah,
him about the heart attack grill.
What's that?
Don't tell him about the heart attack grill.
The heart attack grill?
Oh, I thought you knew about that. All right, let me get this pizza in the oven. Children's story time.
Oh no.
Oh,
I'm never
no.
gonna get
Hold on.
anything done today between the two of you.
So what, Mark? So my point now is, what if left and right are the same angle?
Left and right? I don't know. Then I guess you would detect that they're the same angle and flip a fucking coin.
No.
idea.
What if left and right are the same opposite angles? So 45 degrees left, 45 degrees right.
I don't know. I guess you'd have. I
This
have
shape
no idea.
concept still works.
Does it?
Your concept doesn't work because now they're both equal, so they don't compare to your directionality. You don't know.
Yeah, you wouldn't know. Oh,
So the shape concept tells you.
I'm not proposing anything. I told you already. I don't know because I think it's too early to think about this. So
Yeah. I'm just pointing out, even
I
if
don't
both surfaces were equal in opposition, this would still work.
yeah, because you've got some kind of combined normal thing going on here. But
I
what
think we
if
can solve
what
it.
if both of your angles were the same?
Then we stop.
Then we stop. Okay.
If both versus both and there's no linear, this is just a full stop. You're just spikes hitting spikes. Wait then.
Well, I'll be honest. That makes a lot of sense. It really does.
And then the directionality of your movement wins.
Yeah. Yeah. And if it's straight ahead, then you just stop. And otherwise,
Yeah.
if it's slightly left or right, then you go slightly left or right. And edge system will take over in that case anyway. So.
So I think
it'll be
conceptually now we kind of have a good idea now how to work with shapes that we never had before.
Potentially, yeah. On paper, it seems to be okay. I just don't know what we're gonna end up with, in the future.
But maybe just save this thing for future prosperity.
Oh yeah, I mean, we got the VOD. We're all right.
Oh yeah.
So
Anyway, yeah. So yeah, reverse race.
let's say I looked over just to make sure we were still recording, and yeah, it is. So I think we're all right.
Mark, I'm looking at it.
Oh, that's well. That doesn't mean that the recording hasn't stopped. Because if I run out of disk space, the recording will stop. But sometimes the stream will continue to play through.
Okay.
Yeah. But usually we're okay. Between YouTube and Twitch, at least one of the VODs will usually be intact. And in fact, I think Restream actually records some for me too. Let me see. I got a Restream.
Last week's Hollow Knight was kind of meh. The way it went. You noticed?
What's that?
Last week's Hollow Knight went kind of very buggy, glitchy.
Oh yeah, because
Or
my
slippery.
fucking video thing blew up. Recordings. Oh yeah, Restream records them for me all automatically. Yeah, so we're good. We got like triple VODs going on. So yeah, I don't think we'll ever lose it.
Okay.
But yeah, because my video device fucking broke. Remember? So that's why it was all fucked up on the Hollow Knight stream. It was going crazy because this thing was breaking, and it finally broke today when I was trying to start up today. So
But you can still do Hollow Knight, right?
Yeah, it should be okay. I don't know.
Okay.
I can attempt it, but I don't know if playing the game and running XSplit at the same time might be too much. We'll have to see.
Where'd you leave off last time?
I went and I beat the boss and I got the bad ending. And then that
good.
was it. I think that was it.
I mean, I insisted on it because otherwise you would miss the ending permanently.
No, I understand. Yeah, you explained it during the run. But yeah, then because it was all Skippy, Ponton came in and he was like, "Yo, it's all Skippy," and I'm like, "Shit!" And then that just led to technical. We just started doing technical testing at that point.
I would like to at least advise you to do the Grim DLC before continuing.
Before continuing? Okay.
Yeah.
I think I only have one left. Wait, but if I do that, then I can't get my item upgrades. So I have to get the item upgrades first.
From what I'm understanding, the Grim's questline has a pod split in it.
Okay.
one which doesn't give you the final boss of the quest line, and the other does.
Okay.
And I'm saying to you, choose the option to fight.
Okay. I mean, I would anyway, for sure.
Yeah. So if there's any sort of thing you're getting, which is more obtuse actually to get, if you get it, I'm like very surprised, but that's telling you to go out of your way and not challenge Grim, then ignore that.
To not challenge him, but you do want to challenge him. Okay.
You want to challenge him at all costs.
Okay, that's fine.
Have you challenged him before?
I have not, no. I haven't gotten all the flames yet.
Okay.
I deliberately held off of it because there was some talk in the chat about not being able to complete getting all the items,
Well,
so I'm like, fuck that,
If
I'm
you
not
get,
doing it
if
right
you,
now.
if you do beat Grim, all the way, then I think that when the item thing does stay, but you might well finish off first, since you should still have the Colosseum to do, right?
I do have the Colosseum to do, yeah.
But what I want to be clear out on is that you know how certain bosses have advanced versions of themselves?
Mm-hmm.
Grim is one such a boss.
Okay.
And I want you to beat the special version.
Okay.
Because that's the one you can miss if you take the quest line wrong.
Okay.
I'm saying it this way because I don't want you to miss it.
Well, yeah, for sure. So always accept a challenge, do not accept the challenge. Okay, that's simple enough.
Yeah, it's just the obtuseness of the plot, you might not realize it. That's what's happening.
Okay.
So if any of it sounds like you're going into the direction where you can finish the quest line without fighting, ignore it. Don't do it that way.
Okay, fair enough.
Yep. Because
I can do
that
that.
will affect things like if you do want to do God Home, that you're missing a boss, basically.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to go and do the fucking hour-long gauntlet bullshit.
No, the last one is bullshit. The first 4 are fine.
Oh, okay. Wait, 4?
Yeah, there's 4. It's basically the rest split into 4 parts,
Oh, okay, fair enough.
with extra bosses included, new ones.
Really?
Yeah, and that's why I do want you to do those.
Okay.
The final gauntlet doesn't have an extra. Well, does have an extra boss, but it's the final one, which is just bullshit. So.
Yeah. I'll attempt it, but if I get to the point where I think that it's not going to be able to complete it, then I'll just say fuck it.
I think the smaller boss rushes are great, and they have some neat fights in there that are not in the main game.
Okay. I'll at least try
It's
those.
just that you've not fought the enhanced Grim, you're in trouble.
If I have not fought the enhanced grim, I'm in trouble.
Well, I think he might actually be skipped there,
Oh, okay.
so you won't see him until the big 1 hour long one.
Oh, I see.
Which
So you
will be a
won't have
waste.
any practice on him.
Yeah, none of it.
Okay. Yeah, I get you. I guess it's not the
So,
end of the world, but it does sound frustrating.
Yeah. But also, given the rewards for the questline, please take that route.
Okay.
And prepare to get Dark Souls.
Yeah, great. I mean, I like Dark Souls, but God, an hour-long boss rush sounds like fucking hell.
I'm just saying you're missing out on one of the hardest fights in the game if you do the quest wrong.
Okay. Fair enough.
And I'm certain you want to prove yourself,
Sometimes.
Mr. I can
I don't
left
know.
Sigma.
to a point, like, I'm not a huge, like, difficulty junkie. Like, I like overcoming difficult shit. Like, Dark Souls was fine, though. I didn't feel like Dark Souls was, like, that hard. Like, it was difficult, but it wasn't, like, fucking impossible. But, I don't know, some of the fights in Hollow Knight feel really tough, though. Like, they almost feel like they're uncontrollably fast. And maybe I just don't have enough upgrades and shit to handle some of them.
It'll go away. Especially, like I said, I've been to Gone Home, and it's like, yeah, at one point you can no damage everybody. Pretty easily.
Really? Okay. Alright, so I just may not be to that point yet. Because I fought the enhanced version of the first boss, and I finally did beat him. But I'm like, God damn, man, they like really pumped him up. He's so
Oh, that
fast.
guy's tough. I don't like him.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. I did beat him though.
Yeah, I
did
think
get him.
where a lot of the your ability to win the fights come in is how well you use magic and how well your shadow dash works for you.
Yeah, see, I don't like the fact that the Shadow Dash has a recharge time. That fucks me up.
Yeah.
I
But
wish
shadow
that-
dashing is absolutely essential, and
Hmm.
a lot of pro players will insist on the sharp shadow version,
Sharp Shadow version?
the one that where your shadow dash does damage.
Oh, I tried using that, but it didn't seem to do enough damage to justify it.
It's
I don't know.
low, but if you're consistently dashing to enemies and dodging, yeah.
That's true. That's true. I guess it would add up. I think I beat him without the Shadow Dash. I don't think I had
He's
it
pretty
at that
tough.
point.
I-
He is, and I was thinking,
I-
I'm like, God damn, if they made the first boss this fucking tough, like, what the hell is gonna happen when I get to the second and third one? Like, God damn. But that's what I'm like,
I've
kind of
been
like,
there.
I'm starting to get the impression that like the normal quest for Hollow Knight is pretty difficult, but the fucking pumped up bosses are like impossible.
They're doable. They're tough, but they're doable.
Hmm.
I'm saying treat it like a Souls game.
I'm trying to.
Consider that everything is beatable.
Yeah. Well, I know it's
And-
beatable. It's just
And no damage runs at that.
it just feels like sometimes it's so fast that like it's almost unreactable. But I don't know. Whatever. It's fine.
So, my proposition for you in how to proceed is, get through the Colosseum. Do 1, 2, and 3 again. 1 because Zod was now rescued. Because you need to press this quest line. 2 and 3 because to get more money out. More money.
Okay.
And there might be some extra rewards. Yeah?
Yeah. Should I do Grim
Uh,
first? Do Grim and then
what?
Colosseum?
Well, doing the Colosseum will give you the monetary rewards to buy the charms you need.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. I see what you're saying.
Colosseum 2 is not that hard and gives you pretty good payout
Oh,
to
okay.
get there quickly.
Yeah, I haven't tried that one yet, so I guess I'll.
3 is bullshit, but does give you a super good payout.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll find out.
Yeah, so just proceed 1, 2, 3, all 3.
Okay.
Because like I said, Zote is supposed to show up, but you can miss him because you kept him deep nest.
Yes. But I found like freedom.
Yeah, and so he might be there now, which allows you to get through his next plotline, which will get you more Dream Mill stuff.
Man, he's such an asshole. I hate him. He's my most hated NPC.
Well, you'll get your revenge.
Alright, sweet.
If you, I'm saying there are bosses.
No, actually, I take it
yeah.
back. The fake banker is my most hated one, but Zote's a close second.
Yeah. My point is, there are some bosses that are just exist in the Dreamscape,
Yes.
and you do need to challenge those if you want like extra bit of Dream Mill, Spear, whatever it is,
Oh, yeah.
or Dreams, to get into the palace.
Right,
know
and
where
that's
that
what
is.
I'm working toward now. I think is my next, like,
Yeah.
story goal. And
Yeah.
I need another 150 maybe?
It will help you with that.
Yeah, I've noticed that when I beat the pumped up boss. The
You
pumped
need to
up
find
first
all
boss,
the.
I got a lot.
You need to find all the secret bosses in this case to get there. Or not all, maybe a good amount of them.
Really?
Yeah, there's more secret bosses everywhere.
No, I understand that, but you have to beat all the secret bosses to get enough essence?
No, I said a good amount of them.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure where the limit is. But
Or
getting
I
more
could
access
just
to
go
more is
harvest the
important.
backers. I could go harvest the backers.
Yeah, but don't do it.
Why? Is there any, like, real
It's
consequence? for
amoral.
it?
It's amoral. Don't
It's
do it.
amoral. Oh, okay. Alright. We'll see how pressed for time I feel.
I mean, there's some really good fights that you're missing out if you don't explore more.
Oh, I know, but yeah, I don't know. Well, we'll see. We'll see where I get.
Like, this is a game where you really... It feels... Like, it demands that you try and find more of it. Even though it's really trying its best to prevent you from finding things.
Hmm.
Like, You can find new shit in this game at the 100 hour. Huh? This was here.
Okay.
Like you think you're everywhere? No, you're not. There's always a surprise around the corner somewhere. Even places you've been to might hold something you didn't realize because something changed in the world. Because the quest line was furthered, you know?
Oh, okay.
Or because, you know, there's a thing you can do there that you didn't realize, you know?
Yeah. I see what you mean.
So yeah, my advice for you is do the Colosseum, get some money, get the charms. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Complete the room quests at any point before you could get to the final end.
Okay.
Because there's some good neat rewards and it's good training as well. So.
Okay.
But yeah, like I said, there's 2 grim fights. So keep going.
Yes.
Other than that, yeah, the palace definitely you need to go through and get through all the true ending requirements.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's still some variations on the ending depending on how you proceed. But regarding the palace, there's a main route to the palace, which gets you what you need for the plotline.
Well, don't tell me too much now. Now I actually know
I
I'm
was
going in the palace.
You are going to the palace. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know, but it would have been a nice surprise. Now you fucking ruined.
No, I'm not saying anything else. You don't know what a palace is?
You already said too much.
I'm saying there's something you can completely miss if you don't know its existence.
Okay. Well, I didn't know I could go in the palace at all, so.
Oh. Well, you get there.
Yeah, well now I know.
I mentioned it before.
I don't remember you mentioning it.
Oh,
I
anyway.
know that you had to do something there because obviously there's some kind of story event at the very least going on there, but I didn't know you could actually go in there.
I'm not saying too much there.
Yeah.
Point is, wherever you're going with that part of the line, there is a super duper optional challenge that I think you should take.
Well, sure, I'd like to try it at least, whatever it is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So if I can be around after you've done that section, I would like to direct you to it.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Okay.
Because there's some things in this game which are so obtuse, you're like, how will you ever find it out?
Is it something that if you miss, it's permanently gone?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. So, anytime
So it's not a
after
place.
that point?
It's not a place you want to be accidentally stuck in, though.
Oh. Well, whatever.
Just because it's insane.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll figure it out.
But yeah, the trending can be a little bit obtuse on how to get it. I'm amazed you got this far already, though.
Really? Why?
Well, you're saying your exploration paid off.
Yeah. I don't feel super stuck yet.
Okay.
Yeah, there's still shit to do. There's obviously some power-ups that I can already tell that I should be getting at some point. If not, I should have maybe already had them. That could give me more routes. So, like, I know there's more shit to do for sure, and I have the goal of getting more essence. So it's not. I don't feel lost.
Yeah. So what do you want to do with the essence? My question. Do you know?
Well, I mean, it was pretty obvious that the Dream Nail's not weak enough to access whatever that armor is in front of the palace. So you need to upgrade it.
Okay.
And get it like
You got an inkling of what you need to do then?
Yeah, because like it reacts with it, but it doesn't do anything. So to me, the implication is that it's not strong enough yet. So I need to upgrade it and then come back and then hit them with it, whatever it is, and then that will activate some sort of story thing at the very least. So
you remember other cases where your dream mill didn't work?
I don't know. I'm trying to think back, and I'm not sure if I've noticed any.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, in my mind, I'm thinking like maybe it's not the only thing, but I don't remember anything explicit.
Okay. Well, it's good when you remember that one. That's good.
Yeah, that one felt pretty explicit. That it was just kind of like it reacted but you didn't actually get to see a message or anything. So to me, that was like, oh, I think it's like maybe I gotta upgrade it or whatever. And the lady even says that. She's like, oh, like you're almost to the last upgrade. You know, then it'll be like stronger, and then you could like see even more shit. And I'm like, oh, okay, now that makes sense.
Yeah, okay.
So that felt pretty intuitive, I guess.
What are your thoughts on the first ending you got?
It's okay. It's obviously a bad ending. Like, it really comes off as one because, like, it's short and sweet and nothing happens, and it's obviously a bad outcome. And I talked to the tree root spirit beforehand, and she even said, like, yeah, there's one route that I hope you don't take, and it's, you know, the absorption route. Or whatever, she described it as, like, internalizing or replacement or something. So when I saw the ending, I'm like, okay, that's the one she's talking about. Like, that makes sense.
Okay. As I said, you had a few questions about the vessels and whatnot.
Yes.
Did I make it clear to you?
It did not.
No.
Should it have?
Well, you made a statement that I thought seemed clear to you now. Let's go ahead.
Well,
the replacement thing.
I had two theories that either you are an unintentional second vessel because you're made from the refuse and it just happened to grow stronger and be strong enough to replace the intended one, or yours was intended, or yours was actually the original and the other one's the one that's unintended, or some sort of combination thereof. But I don't know what that is yet, and I kind of... You said they would explain it, so I don't want it spoiled. Yeah,
so without commenting on which one of that or anything else, I would say, at least it seems like you understand what's going on.
Yeah, I think it's very clear.
To the limits of what you can know right now.
Yeah, it's very clear right now there's definitely a relationship between the two of them. And not only did I get the Mark of the King, which implies that I have some sort of potential that's similar, which means there's some sort of relationship there. You know what I mean? Like, it all kind of like alludes to some sort of equivalency, or it's good enough of a replacement or something like that. And
I also think there's something implicit in the title, or people start in the game and think, oh, you're the Hollow Knight.
Yeah, that's what I thought so first, but then once you reach the statue, though, you're like, oh, well, clearly not. I mean, just based on the mask shapes, there seems to be some obvious implication between Hornet and the Hollow Knight. So maybe they're part of the same family or something. Like, there seems to be a very implicit connection there.
Have you seen Hornet on multiple occasions? If so, which ones?
The first time, and then before getting the King's Mark.
Okay, because, yeah, I think you played it like I did, where you missed one of them.
Oh, okay.
She's supposed to show up, if you play the order differently somehow. She can show up at the first dreamer you found.
The first dream?
First dreamer.
First dreamer.
That is the one in the spider's place.
That's supposed to be the first one? I don't know if that was my first one or not.
It was your first one.
It
was for me too. Most people it is, actually, but it seems if you play differently, you can actually find her there and you get a plot out of her.
I'll be honest, I don't know if I did encounter her there or not. The only ones that I vividly remember were the first one in Green Path, and then once again before getting the King's Mark, but I honestly don't remember if I fought her in between there or not.
Not a fight per se, but just
oh, just the encountering.
Yeah.
Well, don't you encounter her at the Hollow Knight statue too? Or no?
I don't remember properly. But I'm saying is that depending on how you play it, there are ways to get extra encounters with her.
Okay.
I'm not sure what triggers it, but I saw it when Sophie triggered it, but I didn't.
Oh, that's cool.
I was curious.
I certainly don't want to miss anything, but I guess if the game is designed to be that way, it's okay.
Yeah, it's kind of Gal Ring, where it's like you could skip the whole quest lines if you play it in the right order. But yeah, so there's some extra stuff there on her lore that you would have missed, but you can still get some of it if you proceed into the hive and whatnot.
Okay.
You done?
Yeah, well, that's true too. I keep forgetting that I do have the hive left to do. Whenever
might
I
get
look
some
at the
hints out of
map,
that.
I notice it, but yeah, I didn't really think about it.
Yeah.
As
Did
we're
you notice
discussing.
some of the Dreamers have connections to other characters, right?
Yes. Yes.
Like Kroll showing up, one of them.
Like what?
Kroll showing up.
Who's that?
The guy with the sword. The ninja guy. Or samurai guy, what is it?
Oh yes. Yeah. Well, he's tied to the one of the three.
The one in the
masks.
fog place.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or it has ties to the one in the spider place. But it's like super optional.
Hmm. Okay.
And she also has an optional appearance later on. I'm like, how the fuck did they make you miss this?
Huh.
I was like, why? How did I miss this? And I check out the people's YouTube channel. He's right there. I'm like, huh? So there's stuff like that.
Okay. I'm gonna go eat.
Yeah. You going?
Yeah. Well, it's already 2:30 almost in the morning.
Yeah.
At this point, I have no energy left to do what I intended to do. So. Just-
Oh, you made progress.
yeah, it's fine.
So, just to summarize the thing, go to the Colosseum, finish Grimm's quest, proceed with the Dream Mill stuff, you know, find optional bosses.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, all that ties together, eventually. You could try finding Godhome already, I think, but it's just not really a big deal.
Yeah,
right
I was
now.
gonna say I'm in no rush for that. I'm sure it'll pop up when it needs to pop up.
I mean, I'm not sure if you've seen the area yet, that's kind of what I'm wondering.
I have no idea, and I would prefer if you didn't spoil it.
Yeah, just wondering.
Yeah,
I found it really
I-
late, at which point I'm like, how did I ever miss this?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Yeah,
Nothing comes to
okay.
mind, so just let me go and
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll figure something out. There's a
You're making
bunch of
good progress.
places. Yeah, there's a bunch of
fine.
places that are I don't think I can get to yet that are kind of like suspicious, but I'll just wait on
But
that and see what happens.
Where the conversation was going, which we wanted to know from you, is what was your impression on what the main plotline actually was? What are you trying to stop and whatnot? What are you trying to do?
Well, based on what we've seen so far, or what I've seen so far, it kind of looks like Howl's Nest got fucking absorbed into, like, they tried to make a super being, and then something went wrong, or maybe it went right, and it fucking, like, absorbed everybody in the entire fucking area. It just fucking power sucked everything in the entire area and killed everybody. And then, yeah, all that power is concentrated into the vessel. That's my guess at this point, because everything is just it's like a Pompeii, right? Everybody's like just all the corpses are littered everywhere, all over the place, almost as if like it just boom, something fucking nuked the whole place and they all died at the same time. And I'm thinking it just, I don't know, I guess it just sucked the life essence out of everybody, and there you go. That's it.
Like, what did you absorb in the ending?
That's the part I don't know. I'm not really sure I understand, because
okay.
there's the corruption, but like there really hasn't been much dialogue about what it is, so I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah,
So that's what I wanted to gauge it. What were you thinking? Okay.
I have no idea what that is. Obviously, it can infect shit, but there hasn't really been any story that has even talked about it, other than the only thing that talked about it was the tree root girl, because she was like, "Oh, there's something." She speaks, you know, vaguely, but she kind of referenced it. But that's it. But nobody's really like
But you've
talked about it or mentioned
You've
it.
seen it being in the world.
Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously, it showed up in the crossroads. So.
Yeah. Okay. I would say everything will be explained if you could proceed.
Okay. Well, I figured so.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It
Well, it
just,
looks like you get enough base understanding of what's going on. At least.
yeah.
The game is very fake, like a Souls game. So it's kind of like, what do you pick up?
Yeah, I figured at some point they'll kind of go through everything. So we'll see.
Okay.
At least I hope so. But yeah, you
Yeah, I do,
mentioned that
I do.
though. So. Yeah, well, no, I like to find out organically and see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything about it. Just gauging how much you actually understood so far.
Yeah, that's
That
really,
seems about all I would expect.
that is the biggest mystery right now for me is the corruption, because like almost no characters even mentioned it. So it's like, okay, like it's obviously there. So because it's a containment thing, yeah, my only guess is that the vessel was either created to contain it because it's harmful, or contain it because it's useful, or it, you know, maybe it just showed up and they're like, oh fuck, we don't know what to do with it. So I don't know. Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is the only thing going through my mind now is, was the vessel created in order to contain it for either selfish or good reasons? And if it was good reasons, then whoops, maybe that backfired and it wasn't intended. Or if it was for selfish reasons, then it backfired, but they were assholes in the first place trying to fuck with it, so then it fucked everybody in the process. Not too anything going through my head with it, but because I don't know anything about it, I can only really just speculate, you know, in those kind of quantities.
Okay.
So
Well, I'd say you're at least on the right page.
yeah, I guess for me, there's two interpretations I have so far of what the vessel could be, and I don't have any story to back it up. It's just visually. When they say the vessel, the first thing I thought was like, oh, well, your little black spirit dude that falls out of you when you die. Maybe that's what you're containing. The vessel contains the spirit, or the soul, I guess, because they keep calling your magic meter the soul. So maybe that's what you're containing. But then when the corruption showed up, and furthermore reinforced by the fact that the Hollow Knight has the corruption inside of him, then I'm like, well, maybe the vessel's containing the corruption?
Well, two things. Have
Yeah,
you
or
noticed
both,
more
or-
beings like your player character?
No. That's the thing. I
Remember
mean,
the first two coordinates?
oh, well, there is that abandoned one. You're right, and there was that skull one. Well, I was about to say, you know, outside, it's not like characters with like personalities, but we did see
No.
the souls in the pit there. When you
I mean,
go
you
into
have-
the pit, when you go into the
there's-
sealed area, the abyss.
Yeah. Okay, that you've seen. Okay, good.
Yeah. So like they're there, but they're not like NPCs. They're just you like your
I
enemy.
know.
You can actually kill them.
You're getting there. You're starting to piece things together now.
So obviously like you're one of them.
Yeah, so you've seen one of those in the first Hornet fight, and Hornet kind of obliterated it.
Yeah, you're right. I do remember the kind of like corpse there.
In the Near the Abyss, you've actually fought one of these things with Corrupt.
I guess I don't remember exactly.
Before you get the Monarch wings.
But they were always there. There was a whole bunch of them in the pit.
No, before you get to the pit.
Before I get to the pit. Oh,
Wait,
yeah.
before you get to the Monarch
Yeah.
wings.
You're right. Yep.
The boss was literally called Broken Vessel.
Yes. Okay.
So that's your baseline to work with.
Okay. I'll try to think in that direction then. I mean, it was pretty clear that there were like multiple of you, because like in the abyss, like there was just piled up all the helmet that you have. There was like a billion of them in there.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I figured that's what I'm saying. I figured that like you're obviously like, because they're like, oh, we sealed up the refuse that was left. I'm like, okay, well, I guess you're a byproduct. At that point, like that's what made me think about him being a byproduct or whatever. Him, her, who knows? The bugs. At that point, yeah, like that's why I said before that either you're part of the refuse that just happened to succeed, or you were intended to succeed, or something. One of those things.
Well, another thing I want to point out is that your character comes from outside the kingdom right now. When you start the game,
Yeah, they did mention that,
you're coming from outside in.
but that doesn't mean that you weren't in and then you left and came back too. So that was my
Here's
implication of.
Yeah, here's a fun little fact about this: is when the Hollow Knight character, when the character you're playing as was drawn up for the first time, they actually were put into a small little indie side game.
Really?
Where this character was on the outside world, on the surface world, having to collect apples to save a dying friend or dead friend, to resurrect them.
Huh? Is that considered canon, or is it just kind of?
Well, as people assume that this is what you were doing on the outside.
Okay. Before coming back.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of always wondered they don't really let you get too far, and they have not given any implication that there's anything out there. So the big question is, what the fuck is out there at that point? Obviously, you came from outside, or you were born on the outskirts or something. I don't know. There seems to be a big lingering implication that there's a lot of shit on the outside. It's just that nobody's ever been there except potentially you.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
I'll link you. It's a little side game they made for Hollow Knight. It's called Hungry Knight.
Hungry Knight. Oh wow, it really is the same thing. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Let me pull it up.
So a lot of people just assume this is what's happening on the outside.
Okay, I'm gonna give you. I gotta give you 5 minutes. I do have to go. So.
No, you check it and that's it.
Yeah. Okay. So I have to put a limit on here, or I'll be here all night. Oh, look at it! It's the same guy. Oh no! Oh, they got the mask too. Huh. Oh no, the mask is. Oh, it flew away.
Well, yeah, this is what eventually became Hollow Knight.
There's one thing I wanted to ask you. How far away am I from doing something with the mask painter? Because every time I go to him, he just ignores me.
It's possible. Maybe you're just missing some game.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you're at endgame, so.
I figured it would do something eventually. I'm like, there's no way this dude has a name and a whole room dedicated to himself, and he doesn't do anything.
I can look before last today.
But yeah, if I'll stumble upon it eventually, that's good enough of an answer for me. But I just get frustrated by it because he looks important, but like he just ignores me.
I feel like he's mostly there for plot reasons, just to give you hints and stuff, but about what's going on.
He doesn't tell me anything so far. All he says is like, well, I guess it's a hint. He's just like, oh, is it the bug that chooses the mask, or the mask that chooses the bug, or some shit like that? It was some cryptic bullshit.
Yeah,
like,
these are mostly cryptic stuff.
Yeah, and that's the only thing he says. Every time I go to him, he keeps saying the same thing.
I'll point this out. You can change his appearance by using one of your spells.
Oh, that's cool.
And then he will give you new dialogue.
But that's it? That's the end of the game? The end. You just collect the apples and you're done.
Yeah.
Damn, that looks like a game they put together in like a couple weeks or something.
I think they put it in a day.
Really? Okay.
It was a game jam thing, you know?
Oh, okay. Yeah. I can believe that then.
But yeah, the Mask Maker, you can change his state by using a spell. And then he will give more dialogue that's actually non-scripted.
Okay.
But you might not get all the dialogues because you could have done this like much earlier already.
I see what you're saying.
So I don't know if he does all the dialogue still. You have to try. But you just go to him, do whatever you have in your inventory, and just try.
Okay.
Just use all your abilities near him.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, so this is kind of like the prequel to Hollow Knight.
Now that we've scared everybody off just talking about Hollow Knight for a fucking hour.
It's fine. You were doing that again anyway.
Oh, I know. I hate to run people off, but it was an interesting discussion.
And before you're done with this game, when you're done with this game, you can move into the sequel.
Yeah, whenever that comes out, soon, I guess.
Sounds soonish.
I want to take a break at least, but yeah, at least.
Well, that's how I feel whenever I beat a From Software game.
What's that?
That's how I feel when I beat a From Software game.
Yeah, well, that's
next
the
one
same
of the year.
thing. But yeah, well, that's how I feel about it. Yeah. So this year, maybe I'll get the Dark Souls 2. Maybe. It's we're getting time's passing very quickly. So
yeah.
anyway,
Have a nice meal.
Yeah, thank you.
Wrap 'em up.
What's that?
Wrap it up.
I'm trying to. I just wanted to. We got the Game Dev Scrubs show is supported by Patreon, and I'm very grateful because I'm gonna have to dip into that Patreon money to buy a new goddamn fucking video thing, and I'm just tapping it on the desk because I want to throw it against the wall. Fucking video capture died, so through a complicated series of bullshit, I'm live streaming my desktop to my stream computer, which is then capturing that and then streaming it to you guys, which is stupid, but it works. That's how stream was even possible today. I had to figure that out. But yeah, I would really like my capture device to work again, because then I could play console games again on stream. So whatever. Yeah. So any bit helps. If you want to help me replace that thing, just right after my whole audio board died and I had to replace that, so great timing, right? I honestly, I think it's a coincidence that they both went out at once. I really don't think one caused the other. I really don't. It is technically possible that the soundboard dying somehow like shot enough of a charge back through the HDMI that it specifically damaged this, but none of the other HDMI devices got damaged, so I don't know if that's why I think it's just a coincidence. I think they were just both aging and they just both happened to die within the same month. I really don't think there's a connection. I could be wrong, but whatever. Either way, I have to replace it anyway because it just literally does not even work at all now. So we'll see. I'll just order one and hopefully it'll be in soonish. I should be able to play Hollow Knight with this kind of like duct tape setup, but you know, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see if it works. I mean, Hollow Knight's not a huge like performance game, so it should be okay.
Yeah. By the way, I forgot about this, but there's one NPC in the game that actually makes a reference to Hungry Knight being in the past.
Okay.
So it's sort of like pseudo-canon.
Hey, that's fine. I think it's cool that if they actually put them both together. It really does broaden the implication of what's out there in the world, so... I mean, maybe we'll see something in the sequel, so who knows.
Oh, definitely. The sequel looks amazing. I haven't seen it yet, right?
I have been explicitly avoiding it, because I don't want
You know
to
nothing
spoil
of it.
Yeah, I have no idea. I just know it exists and it's called Silksong.
Yeah.
So I'm intentionally avoiding it, so that I don't get spoiled on anything. I don't know
You
how
want
much
to check the trailer once you're done?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
I just kind of assume that there could be spoilers in there, and I just want to avoid it just in case.
Don't think of any, but okay, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just feel better if I didn't watch it yet. It'll give me something to look forward to as a teaser, so...
Yeah. I'll tell you what, whatever you've seen here, it looks better.
Okay.
Which is like, wow, okay.
No, I can see where there's room for improvement. You know, I mean, Hollow Knight does look good for the limitations it set on itself, but I can definitely see where they have room to improve, you know, if they have the budget
visuals,
to do so.
gameplay, and maybe even scope.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure.
You'll see the growth of proportion.
Yeah. Well, that's right. We got Friday streams now. I'm looking at the schedule out of the corner of my eye, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. We added Friday. So, will you be here tomorrow?
Depends.
Depends? Okay, that's fine. I'm probably just going to start the basic programming, you know, at this point. Get everything kind of like laid out. Explain what I want to change from the previous alpha, or pre-alpha that I did, and why I'm starting over, and then kind of just get started on that and see what happens.
Yeah.
I'll probably...
I'll explain after you close the stream, I say maybe.
Okay. I was gonna say, what I'd like to do is to potentially test the not dying from block contact tomorrow, if we get far enough. I can. It's a simple enough game that I think we should be able to test that within the scope of a few hours.
Okay.
But
Good luck.
We'll see. We'll see. So, yeah. Then our patrons for Game Dev Scrub we got, and I'm using the wrong mouse. We got Alex Smith, Mugen in the S rank tier, and then we got Bryson Agolingam, Cameron Lyle, Garen Johnson, Mike Cruz, Mugen Von Duke, Variant X, Alex D, Ben K, D Money 107, LD Walker. You better ping him. Better ping LD. He's gonna be mad if we talk about shmups without him.
LD Shmup Walker.
Yeah. Omega Kyo, Slugs Gears of War, Smurfia, and AJ. Thank you guys very, very much. And that's it for now. So we'll see you back tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Well, maybe Tim, but definitely me, and we'll work on Ecto Rush, which is the third game that we're gonna get out by Halloween. Damn it, I'm setting that goal. We're gonna make it. Spooky game.
Good luck.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, I'm getting out of here then.
Yeah.
All right.
Come out.
So, yep, you have a good one, and I'll see everybody out there tomorrow. So, adios, have a good one, and scrub out.